Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, everyone around him had died. Qin could not accept this reality. He coldly looked at the culprit, Huanlong. Then he gripped his long saber and charged at Huanlong. Ha! Huanlong laughed complacently. He looked at Qin with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. As the saber slashed, Huanlong's body shook slightly and turned from real to illusory. The saber passed through his body and shot into the distance. Ha! Huanlong's laughter echoed. His body became real again. Qin's expression was cold. He took a step forward and slashed with his saber again. The destruction law surged on the saber, but this time it did not hit Huanlong's body. The saber slashed through his body again. Huanlong's laughter did not stop. The ridicule on his face were still there. Qin's angry expression suddenly calmed down. He quietly looked at Huanlong and stopped attacking. "Do it!" Huanlong stopped laughing and coldly shouted at Qin. Qin did not say anything. He just looked at Huanlong. "Why aren't you doing it? Are you waiting for me to kill you?" Huanlong said again. Qin's expression became even calmer. He even put away his long saber and said indifferently, "Okay, come." "You." Huanlong's expression changed. Qin looked at Huanlong and said seriously, "I don't know if this is your doing, but I want to say that this is meaningless." "What do you mean?" Huanlong was stunned. "What I mean is that I will hate you even more. Perhaps I will kill you as soon as I return to the real world." As he spoke, Qin glanced at this world. He had to admit that the void tree in this world was a fatal temptation to Qin. Once he had these void trees, Qin's world would be able to absorb energy and transform. However, all of this was fake. Perhaps this was the world of his dreams. Retracting his gaze, he shouted, "Break!" Like an explosion of spring thunder, the entire world was triggered by an energy storm. The world shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Huanlong disappeared. The void tree disappeared. The entire world ceased to exist. Qin's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness, and he woke up. The first thing he felt was the strong vitality in his stomach, followed by a touch of warmth on his lips. Qin might not have much experience in this area, but he could guess what this warm feeling was. "Who is it?" Qin thought to himself. Then he felt a sharp pain. Only then did he remember that he was seriously injured. As for what had just happened, it was just an illusion, or rather a dream. "Qin, wake up." A soft call sounded in Qin's ears. Qin's thoughts were disrupted by this call. "It's Shangguanhong." Qin's eyelids twitched. Then he slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face with traces of tears. At this moment, this beautiful face was getting closer and closer to Qin, until their lips touched once again. Qin's eyes widened. Naturally, Shangguanhong's eyes also widened to their limits. Just like that, the two of them pressed their lips together, pausing for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, both of them had a strange feeling in their hearts. A scream broke the silence of this world. Like a frightened rabbit, Shangguanhong pushed Qin away and jumped backward. With this push, Qin's body leaned forward and fell backward. His head directly hit the void barrier, causing a tremor. Qin, who was seriously injured, could not withstand such a collision. He immediately let out a strange cry and felt his eyes start to see stars. Sorry. Shangguanhong reacted quickly and quickly came to Qin's side. After helping him up, she apologized profusely. However, her face was as red as a ripe apple. "I didn't do it on purpose." Shangguanhong kept apologizing. Qin coughed softly to hide his embarrassment. He slowly shook his head and then said in a weak voice, "Where is this?" "This is your void realm. You ended up here." Shangguanhong's emotions were also slowly calming down. Qin sat up and recalled everything that had happened. After he remembered everything, he asked again, "Where are the others?" "They're all outside," Shen Guanhong said. Zichen nodded. At this moment, his mind was filled with the strange dream just now. He rarely dreamed, so he could not understand why he would have such a dream at this time. Shen Guanhong saw Zichen's contemplation as worry. She gestured to Zichen to relax and said, "Before I came in, I told Dongqing and Manshur to be careful. Nothing should happen." "That's good. My injuries are very serious. I need a long time to recover," Zichen said after checking his body. "What do you need me to do?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't need anything." As he spoke, Zichen started to sit cross-legged. While maximizing the effects of the medicinal juice in his body, he controlled the nomological fragments to replenish the consumption of this world. This was Zichen's world. There would not be any danger. However, Shen Guanhong was still worried. She stood in the distance to protect Zichen. Besides Zichen, the saber and shield combination was still there. As Zichen focused on recovering from his injuries, the saber and shield once again silently released 2 rays of light. These 2 rays of light rushed straight to Zichen's spiritual sea. The scene before Zichen's eyes changed again. This time, they were standing in the void. This void was emitting multicolored light, but it was not pure darkness. At this moment, the 5 of them looked up at the sky. There was a long river emitting colorful lights. "Ah, that's the thunder drop of life." The thunder drop of life. It must be the thunder drop of life. Wu Xie and Manshur shouted crazily again. What formed the void river were drops of crystal clear water that emitted colorful lightning. They looked like teardrops, but there was lightning on them. They gathered together to form a river, but they also seemed to be independent. They were not affected by gravity and floated in the air. The thunder drop of life, also known as the void thunder drop. "Yes, this is our goal," Zichen said. He could conclude that this was their goal. "There's so many thunder drops of life. We're rich." "Idiot, this thing should be kept for our own use. How can we sell it? Why can't we sell it? Yes, this thing can save lives. We can't sell it." It was the same conversation between Wu Xie and Manshur. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a light seemed to flash. He suddenly turned and said, "Huanlong, is Huanlong not here?" The 4 people looked at Zichen strangely. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. Wu Xie said, "Zichen, are you stupid? You saw Huanlong leave with your own eyes." Manshur nodded and said, "Yes, he left first. He went to scout a path. We followed him." "No, if Huanlong went to scout a path, where did he go when we're already here?" "Maybe he went deeper." Wu Xie pointed at the void in front of them. "Would you give up so many thunder drops of life and go deeper?" Zichen frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Xie's voice was somewhat cold. "What he means is that you're an idiot." A cold voice suddenly rang out in the void. Huanlong, Zichen's expression changed. He looked in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing. Then, Zichen turned back and saw a sharp blade stabbed into Wu Xie's chest. The blade was very strange. There were barbs on it. It had pierced through Huanlong's back and was madly absorbing Wu Xie's vitality. Wu Xie struggled, but it was useless. He looked at Zichen with pleading eyes. Zichen shouted and slashed forward with his blade. Huanlong sneered and suddenly turned the blade in his hand. Wu Xie's body exploded. Then, Huanlong's figure disappeared and appeared in front of Manshur. "Scram!" Manshur shouted. His body instantly enlarged, and his combat strength and defense greatly increased. PFFF, however, the barbed blade was like a divine weapon. It directly pierced his heart. Then, Huanlong laughed sinisterly. "Don't think that I don't know that your lifeline is here." Manshur fell down in disbelief with a loud bang. "Humph, it's your turn now." While speaking, Huanlong once again charged toward Shen Guanhong. Zichen flapped his thunder wings and rushed forward to help. However, Huan Long merely pointed a finger, and Zichen's speed was greatly reduced. He could only watch as the sharp blade pierced into Shangguanhong's body. He could only watch as the weeping beauty fell from the sky. No, Zichen roared. His expression turned sinister, but his speed was still very slow. It was as if the fastest speed in the world had become the slowest speed in the world. Roar! The roar of battle beasts echoed in the area. Dongqing had already summoned her battle beasts. This time her life was in danger, so she summoned many battle beasts. However, these battle beasts couldn't stop Huan Long at all. His speed was strange and unstoppable. His attack power was even stronger. One battle beast after another was killed by Huan Long. In the end, the barbed blade pierced through Dongqing's heart. The mask on Dongqing's face fell off, revealing a beautiful and despairing face. "It's your turn." Dongqing was also dead. Huan Long rushed toward Zichen. Zichen had completely fallen into madness. His eyes turned red as he slashed down with his blade. This slash contained all of Zichen's strength. It was Zichen's strongest slash. Huan Long and the barbed blade were cut apart by Zichen. At the same time, the world was also cut apart. Zichen, who was healing himself, suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. His breathing had become heavy, and his emotions were very unstable. "What's wrong?" Shangguanhong's voice sounded. Was it an illusion or a dream? Zichen couldn't tell. Moreover, this was the second time he had seen this scene, so he felt that something was wrong. His injuries had recovered a little, but they weren't completely healed. He stood up and said, "Come, follow me." Shangguanhong didn't know what was going on. She could only follow Zichen. After walking 3 meters out of the emptiness boundary, Zichen saw Wu Xie, Manshur, and Dongqing. However, he didn't see Huan Long. Chapter 1292. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to see Zichen. They all stepped forward and asked with concern, "Where's Huan Long?" Zichen asked again. "He said he couldn't wait for you, so he went in to investigate first," Manshur said. "He couldn't wait. It's only been a short while." Zichen frowned. The 3 of them looked at Zichen strangely. Then Shangguanhong walked out and explained, "He's been recuperating. He doesn't know how much time has passed." In fact, Zichen had been unconscious the whole time. After waking up, he seemed to be a little restless and did not sense the time. The 3 of them nodded. This time, Wu Xie said, "2 days have passed." 2 days. Zichen was stunned when he heard this. He had only had 2 dreams, and 2 days had already passed. "Huan Long waited for you for a day, but you still didn't come out. He decided to go in and investigate first. By the way, this is the reward he specially gave you. TSK, 1 million reality fragments. He's really generous." Wu Xie took out a spirit ring with an envious expression. 1 million reality fragments were equivalent to 10 billion. This was the same amount of resources as Zichen had used to break through. Back then, this was an astronomical figure in Zichen's eyes. However, in just a few months, Zichen had sold more than 10 billion items. Not to mention other things. Just the sword and shield combination alone was a sky-high price, apart from some major forces. Huan Long was probably the only person in the entire Huping city who could give out 10 billion worth of wealth so casually. Zichen took the spirit ring and released his spiritual senses to investigate. These reality fragments were not tampered with, so Zichen could use them without worry. "Are we going now?" Wu Xie asked after seeing Zichen put away the resources. "Did Huan Long leave any news or clues?" Zichen asked. The 3 of them shook their heads. "Since he didn't leave anything, we'll wait a little longer. My injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so I can use this time to heal." Over the past few days, they had become accustomed to following Zichen's arrangements. Even if they felt that it was inappropriate at this moment, no one raised any objections. Moreover, Zi Chen's battle prowess and fearlessness were exactly what they needed. More importantly, Zi Chen's ability to command was crucial. Zi Chen began to treat his wounds, while everyone waited patiently. Following this, Zi Chen's injuries healed very quickly. Many resources entered the illusory space and started to stabilize it. During this time, Zi Chen did not dream anymore. Where did Huanlong go? Why isn't he back yet? During this time, Wu Xie and Man Shi would also whisper to each other. It had to be said that everyone had changed a lot after coming out to train this time. Especially when they were with Zi Chen, they knew what a real battle was. Just like the battle with the black-robed man, no one thought that they could kill the black-robed man, but Zi Chen did. Zi Chen's injuries were completely healed, and during this time, the dreamscape did not disturb him again. After opening his eyes, Zi Chen asked, "Is Huanlong back?" Wu Xie and Man Shi shook their heads. "We're not waiting anymore. Let's move on," Zi Chen said after getting up. "Let's go. I can't wait any longer." Wu Xie seemed very excited. "Wait." Zi Chen stopped everyone. When everyone's attention was on him, he said, "For the sake of your safety, I hope that you can listen to my commands." Man Shi scratched his head and said in confusion, "We've been listening to you all this time." Zi Chen shook his head slowly and said, "What I mean is that no matter what happens next, you have to listen to my commands. Without my instructions, I hope that you won't run off." Zi Chen spoke very seriously, and everyone nodded seriously. "I might not have made it clear. Now, let me give you an example. For example, if we arrive at a secret place and suddenly see a stretch of void trees or infinite thunder droplets of life not far ahead. Even if that happens, you must not go alone without my instructions." Zi Chen's example was very strange, but they thought that it would not happen, so they nodded again. "We can go now." Zi Chen took out his long saber and walked in front. There was no guidance for the rest of the journey. Huanlong did not even leave behind a mark. However, the danger was no longer there, and everyone could move on smoothly. After leaving this area, they saw a passage. At first, they were very careful, but later they found that there was no danger here. This was a man-made spatial passage. Outside the spatial passage, they could occasionally see light beams flying past. These were destructive light beams that contained powerful destructive power. Which array Grandmaster is it? How could he be so generous as to break through the natural restriction? Similar exclamations came from everyone's mouths one after another. As they walked in the transparent passage, colorful lights floated above their heads from time to time. These colorful lights were very powerful and could easily kill ordinary domain realm experts. This feeling was very exciting. During this time, Man Shi suddenly asked, "Is our mission considered complete?" "What do you mean?" Zi Chen, who was walking in front, asked without looking back. "Our main mission was to escort Huanlong. Now, we've passed by 3 powerful existences. Based on what Huanlong said, it seems that there are no more dangers ahead," Man Shi added. "Just tell us what you mean," Zi Chen said. Man Shi scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I mean, if we gain anything later, can we keep it?" The others could not help but laugh when they saw Man Shi's expression. Zi Chen also turned around and looked at Man Shi with a strange gaze. From Man Shi's expression, he thought of an acquaintance who was greedy for money. However, he did not know if they would have a chance to meet again in this world. The strange look in Zi Chen's eyes quickly disappeared, and he joked, "Are you going to hand over the reward that Huanlong gave you earlier?" The others laughed. "That's not what I mean. I mean, what if we gain something big?" Man Shi waved his hand repeatedly. Everyone started laughing, and their laughter echoed in the passage. Zi Chen smiled and said, "We might gain something big, but before that, I think we'll be in trouble." "What trouble?" Everyone looked at Zi Qin in confusion. Zi Qin continued to lead the way. I don't know the details, but I have a bad feeling. Maybe we'll die. What? We'll die? Is there still danger? Wu Xia seemed very excited. He had been overreacting to the word death recently. What's going on? Didn't you say that there's no danger? Dong Qing rarely spoke. She had been silent for a long time along the way. Zi Qin, who was walking forward, stopped again and looked at the four of them seriously. Along the way, although everyone had their own opinions about each other, everyone had done their best during the mission. Even Wu Xia had done his best. It was just that he was a little talkative, which inevitably annoyed people. However, he had contributed greatly to this journey. Do you remember what I said before? Once we reach the place, you have to listen to everything I say, Zi Qin said. Everyone stopped and nodded along with Zi Qin. The reason why I'm saying this is not to defend my position as the commander, or to say that I want to get a bigger share of the rewards. But I know this place. Zi Qin thought about it seriously and decided to tell the truth. What's so strange about that? We also know this place. It's the Hengduan mountain range, Wu Xia said. What I mean is, I already knew about this place before I knew about the Hengduan mountain range. To be more specific, I saw the treasure map in Huanlong's hand. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Shang Guanhong seemed to have thought of something and blurted out, "Could it be Wang Jun and Zhou Chong?" The others did not know about the two of them, nor did they know them. Yes, it's the two of them. I saw a map from them that was more than 80% similar to the one in Huanlong's hand. Both maps pointed to the same place. There's nothing strange about that. Maybe the route is different, Wu Xia said doubtfully. Of course, there's nothing strange about that. However, they said that the void tree would be in the place the map pointed to, but Huanlong said that the map pointed to a place with a thunder drop of life. Huanlong didn't say there was, but he said there might be. You're just too sensitive, Wu Xia said again. Zi Qin smiled and said, I don't dare to say anything else, but something like the thunder drop of life definitely wouldn't appear here. It's obvious that Huanlong was lying. Also, after entering this place, don't you think it's strange that he didn't make a move? Besides the black-robed beast tamer, the other two powerful existences ignored him. What does that mean? Or rather, what are you trying to say? Wu Xia asked. Everyone could tell that there was a deeper meaning in Zi Qin's words. He wants to say that there's something wrong with Huanlong. He wants us to be careful and not act rashly. He wants us to listen to his orders. This time it was Shang Guanhong who said, along the way, I've been observing Huanlong and found that he was indeed a little strange. I also have a feeling that Huanlong is very strange. Zi Qin wasn't sure what he would see next. He didn't expect everyone to believe him when he said that there was something wrong with Huanlong, but it was fine as long as there was a grudge in their hearts. The rest of the journey was indeed not dangerous. They walked straight to the end of the passage and arrived at their destination. As the crowd stepped out one after another, they arrived at another space. This is. As soon as they entered, everyone subconsciously closed their eyes because of the gorgeous light of this world. As they closed their eyes, the long saber in Zi Qin's hand began to emit light. The weapon's soul automatically appeared on it, indicating that Zi Qin had entered battle mode. However, there was no danger. After a few breaths, everyone opened their eyes and saw a strange space. It was a huge space, but it was made up of 6 smaller spaces. There was a large space in the middle that emitted a golden light. Around the large space were 5 smaller spaces. The 6 spaces emitted 6 different colors, rendering this huge space colorful. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 1293. This was a gorgeous world, but it was also a world that made people feel oppressed. This was because this was a world made up of 6 different types of power. Huanlong, who had spoken, was standing in front of everyone. When he saw Zi Qin and the others appear, he was very happy and walked over. However, he didn't expect that the moment he stepped forward, everyone would subconsciously take a step back. "What are you doing?" Huanlong asked in surprise. "Evildoer, don't cause trouble. Show yourself." Manshur shouted. "Manshur, are you crazy?" Huanlong glared at Manshur, then looked at Ziqin, who was ready to fight, and asked, "Ziqin, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing. I just want to cut you down," Ziqin said indifferently. "Cut me down? Are you kidding me? Have you forgotten the purpose of Hunter's Castle? Also, why do you want to cut me down?" "It's for the Void Tree. There are many here. You can take as many as you want," Huanlong said with a smile. "Are there many Void Trees?" Ziqin sneered. Huanlong said sternly, "Ziqin, please don't judge others with your standards. Just because you haven't seen them before doesn't mean they don't exist. To tell you the truth, this is a secret place. Many mansion masters died in battle here. You should know what kind of expert a mansion master is, right? They are second only to the heaven realm." Ziqin was unmoved, but the others were somewhat tempted. Huanlong looked at Ziqin, shook his head, and said, "Ziqin, you are really disappointing. Along the way, I saw your commanding ability and thought you were pretty good. I didn't expect you to be wary of me. The reason why I asked for 5 people before coming here is because there are 6 sets of things here. Including me, we each get one." Huanlong pointed at the 6 colored spaces behind him and said, "Of course, the biggest one is mine. You can divide the remaining 5 among yourselves." Then Huanlong's expression changed, and he said, "Ziqin, you are targeting me now. Don't tell me you want to kill me and take these things for yourself?" Ziqin sneered at Huanlong. "Everyone knows that you're very strong. Are you really going to take it all for yourself?" Huanlong asked again, his expression turning ugly. A strange expression appeared on Wu Xie's face. Manshur looked at Ziqin, then at Huanlong. He scratched his head, clearly having a headache. Only 2 people's expressions did not change. They were Shang Guanhong and Dongqing. Perhaps it was their women's intuition, but they decided to believe in Ziqin. Ziqin's blade was still pointed at Huanlong. Nothing had changed. Huanlong looked at Ziqin with a pained expression. "Ziqin, I never thought that you were such a person. There are so many things here, so many that you won't be able to use them all in your lifetime. Why do you have to be like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huanlong pointed his finger forward. A ray of light flew out from his fingertip and turned into 5 rays of light. The 5 rays of light then flew into 5 different spaces, like clouds dispersing in the wind. As the rays of light landed, the originally blurry world became very clear. In these 5 spaces, one could clearly see the shadow of the Void Tree. There were many of them. In addition to the Void Tree, one could also occasionally see some colorful lights floating in the void. They looked like gathered thunder droplets of life. That's the Void Tree and the thunder droplets of life. Seeing this scene from afar, everyone's expressions immediately changed. Everyone was moved, except for the calm Ziqin. "Are these things not enough for you to share? Do you still want to kill people?" Huanlong said bitterly. Ziqin said that there's something wrong with you. He said that it's impossible for there to be thunder droplets of life here, Manshur said. Thunder droplets of life, also known as void tear droplets, are products of the void. There's no void here, so naturally they won't be produced. However, I'm afraid you don't know this, but in the later realms, void thunder droplets are life-saving items. Almost every expert above the domain realm will search for some to save their lives. There's also the Void Tree. Although it's very rare and expensive, it's not a problem for existences above the domain realm to obtain some. Huanlong looked at Ziqin and said, "So that's what you're worried about. You don't have to worry about it anymore." "There's no need," Ziqin said indifferently. "Then that's great. We'll take 1 each." Wu Xie and Manshur were very excited. They wanted to step forward, But when they met Zi Chen's cold gaze, they smiled awkwardly and retreated. "You still don't believe me," Huanlong said. Zi Chen put away his saber and said seriously, "Of course I believe you. However, we're hunters. Our duty is to escort you here. As for the harvest here, it should all belong to you." They all looked at Zi Chen in surprise. Although they didn't know Zi Chen very well, they wouldn't believe that Zi Chen would be so righteous. At this moment, Zi Chen's words were impassioned and moved them. Surprise appeared on Huanlong's face again, but he still shook his head and said, "Zi Chen, you have your principles, but so do I. These things are for you. I won't accept them." The two's reaction was far beyond everyone's expectations. If they still couldn't see the problem, then they would be true fools. For a moment, everyone looked at Huanlong in a different light. "You don't have to believe me, but I have to do it. These things are for you. I won't touch them. I'll only take what belongs to me." After saying that, Huanlong turned and walked towards the sixth space. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped and said, "I haven't been looking for you all this time because I need to remove some restrictions here." Sure enough, there were still traces of restrictions being removed. Just like that, Huanlong left without looking back and entered the sixth space. They could vaguely see that there were more resources and more good things there. "What should we do? Are we really going to leave so many good things here?" Wu Xie asked. Zi Chen smiled faintly and then sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and seemed to have entered a state of cultivation. Wu Xie was a little anxious, but he didn't do anything. This was because Zi Chen had repeatedly emphasized that they had to listen to him. Wu Xie, who had nothing to do, looked at the void in front of him. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened and a mysterious power spread out. After a while, Wu Xie exclaimed, "It's real! Those things are all real. They're all real. None of this is an illusion." Wu Xie was very excited, but unfortunately, no one responded to him. Everyone was expressionless, either sitting or standing. Except for Zi Chen, who had his eyes closed, everyone else was looking at the sixth space. Huanlong was collecting one item after another. "Hey, you guys should say something. Are we just going to sit here and watch Huanlong take everything?" Wu Xie said unwillingly. Zi Chen said with his eyes closed, "What's wrong with that? We'll just wait for him to come and cut him down. He'll come back. Maybe he'll find another exit and run away after he gets what he wants." Wu Xie said unhappily. "He should be back. Maybe after he finishes collecting the resources in that space." After saying that, Zi Chen no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he mobilized his perfect spiritual senses and began to deduce something. At this moment, a new world appeared in Zi Chen's mind. This was a projection of the outside world, a miniature version. His spiritual senses were probing this shrunken version of the world, as if he was looking for a loophole. The void tree was absorbing energy. Due to the vibration of energy, small hurricanes were formed, and the hurricanes swept up some dust. The void tear floated in the sky, constantly changing its position due to the vibration of energy. When Huanlong took away a void tree, the energy there stopped flowing, everything was so real, and there was nothing unusual. However, Zi Chen didn't believe that all of this was real. This was because he had doubts in his heart, a lot of doubts. He had never dreamed. Or rather, he rarely dreamed. At least, he hadn't dreamed for 1,000 years. But why did he have two dreams here? Was it because of his serious injuries? Even when Zi Chen was about to die, he didn't have any strange dreams. Moreover, why did the dreams have to be related to this place? And yet he really did see the void tree and the void tear here. Was it a precognitive ability or some kind of warning? Zi Chen couldn't figure it out, but he was certain that there was something wrong here. However, with his perfect spiritual senses, he had checked every inch of this place, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that there really wasn't anything out of the ordinary? Could it be that he was just imagining things? Or could it be that what happened before was just a simple dream? Just when Zichen was feeling puzzled, an aged voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. What? You still don't understand? Everything here is so logical. There is nothing out of the ordinary, said Zichen. Isn't being logical an abnormality? Cauldron's spirit smiled. How can being logical be an abnormality? Zichen was puzzled, but soon his eyes lit up. That's right. Being logical is also an abnormality. Cauldron spirits, words seemed to have opened a window for Zichen. He began to look at the scenery from a different angle. Sure enough, the wind speed is the same every time. The energy absorbed by the void tree is also the same every time. Even the dust raised is almost the same. This in itself is an abnormality. When he looked at this world again, what was originally logical had now become illogical. Furthermore, it was illogical and full of loopholes. It's all wrong. Everything is wrong. And the biggest mistake is Zichen's eyes lit up. He had finally discovered the essence of the problem. He wanted to thank Senior Cauldron Spirit for his guidance. But then he suddenly recalled their previous encounter. Back then, he was bewitched by the illusion. It seemed that Cauldron Spirit was also a master of illusionary formations. Zichen opened his eyes. Wu Xia was still blabbering on and on. It was at this moment that Huan Long walked over after collecting everything in that space. Zichen, I'll leave the rest for you. I'm leaving now, said Huan Long. Zichen sneered and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Chapter 1294. Zichen slashed down with his saber, and saber light flashed. What are you doing? Huan Long stared at Zichen with wide eyes. He had no time to dodge, so he could only shout. Seeing this scene, the other's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. Uft! Few people could dodge Zichen's decapitation. At the very least, Huan Long could not. With one slash, Huan Long's head was separated from his body and blood spurted out. Everyone was very surprised. Wu Xia jumped up and shouted, Zichen, are you trying to silence him? Zichen glanced at him with disdain. Huan Long was dead, but the scene in front of them was still the same. The illusion did not disappear at all. Zichen's expression was still calm. He did not turn around, and his entire back was exposed to everyone. If someone were to ambush Zichen now, the success rate would be very high. However, no one moved. After a while, there was a sudden exclamation behind Zichen. The huge space they were in shattered like a mirror. The 5 spaces had disappeared, and many void trees had also shattered. The thunder droplets of life had all disappeared, and in the end, even the largest world had disappeared. Everything was gone except for Huan Long's corpse, which was still spurting blood. How could this be? Wu Xia was a little dumbfounded. Then he said hatefully, It must be Huan Long. I've always felt that there was something wrong with him. Sure enough, I guessed it. Their gazes towards Wu Xia were clearly filled with disdain. Even Manshur had begun to despise him. The 6 spaces had disappeared and were replaced by a huge space. This space was full of death aura and lacked vitality. It was a dilapidated scene. What are those? Void trees? The few of them looked forward with disbelief on their faces. There were withered trees in front of them. These trees were rooted in the void, but they could not absorb power from the void. What a strong sealing power! It can actually prevent the void trees from absorbing power. Even Zichen sighed. However, he still did not move out of caution. These withered trees are worth hundreds of billions. Oh my God, if they were shown to the outside world, it would probably cause a sensation. Man sure sighed in admiration, because in front of them there were several hundred void trees, but they were all about to wither and die. That damned Huan Long. He actually wants to use an illusion array to harm us. Wu Xia was still brooding over what had just happened. What should we do now? Seeing that Zichen didn't move and was very cautious, Shang Guanhong asked. Wait, Zichen said calmly. What are you waiting for? Everyone was surprised. Wait for someone to come. People? There are still people here. Everyone was puzzled. Someone will definitely come, Zichen said with certainty. What followed was a long wait and silence. Zichen closed his eyes again and began to quietly search for a way to break through. Zichen did not say anything. He just told them to wait. Wu Xie and Man Shi were clearly anxious. They coveted the void tree in front of them, but they did not dare to rashly approach it. At this moment, Zichen's sea of consciousness was looking for any abnormalities in this world. However, compared to the last time, it was very difficult to find any abnormalities in this world. Everything was so reasonable that one could not find any abnormalities in it. Time flew by quickly as they waited. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. After waiting for 10 days, no one had come. Wu Xie was a little impatient and asked, Zichen, how long do we have to wait? Zichen opened his eyes and said calmly, Let's wait a little longer. It had to be said that the world in front of him still gave Zichen an illusory feeling. However, he could not find a way to break out of the illusion. Unbeknownst to him, while Zichen was waiting at the place where the second powerful existence had died, the people who had come to search for treasures had been waiting there for 10 whole days. However, the subsequent map had not appeared for a long time. This made them very irritable. Finally, after another 10 days, Zichen opened his eyes again. He looked straight at the headless corpse on the ground and said indifferently, Why are you still not getting up? Are you waiting for me to stab you again? It was the first time he had spoken in 10 days, and he was actually talking to a corpse. Wu Xie felt that Zichen might have a mental problem. The corpse did not respond at all, so it naturally did not respond. Zichen said calmly, This is good. We still have a lot of time. We can wait for you slowly. After saying that, Zichen closed his eyes again. Swoosh! The corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up. Its target was Zichen. A sharp, cold light pierced toward Zichen's forehead. Clang! A saber light flashed in front of Zichen. The long saber blocked the cold light, and Zichen, who was sitting on the ground, retreated several meters. The sudden change shocked everyone. When they looked ahead again, the headless corpse disappeared and Huanlong appeared again. His face was full of anger. Huanlong, you're not dead yet. Wu Xie exclaimed, How can I die when you're not dead? Huanlong sneered. Zichen jumped up from the ground and charged at Huanlong with a saber in hand. His expression was extremely ugly, especially when he saw the barb in Huanlong's hand that was the same as the one that killed everyone in the dream. Your saber is not invincible. Huanlong sneered. Instead of retreating, he advanced and stabbed at Zichen with his barb. Clang! The barb and the long saber collided again, creating sparks and energy fluctuations. The two retreated. You're not an array master at all. I set up a double illusion. How did you see the problem? Huanlong stepped forward again and asked at the same time. Zichen held the long saber in his hand and flapped the lightning wings on his back. His figure disappeared. Would you believe me if I said I relied on my intuition? Zichen's voice sounded behind Huanlong. The barb turned around and stabbed into Zichen's body. However, it was only an illusion. The real Zichen had already appeared beside Huanlong. Zichen's long saber slashed down. It was still Huanlong's head. As soon as his head was cut off, Huanlong's body dissipated. It was also an illusion. Zichen's pupil shrank, and his expression turned solemn. In this short exchange, he could see that Huanlong was on par with him in all aspects. Intuition. Do you think you can break my illusion with intuition? Huanlong's body appeared dozens of meters away as he said coldly, My intuition is extraordinary. When I saw you in Hunter's Castle, I felt that there was something wrong with you. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. From the moment I stepped onto the Zhanwu continent, my senses were very sharp. Zichen indifferently said, So, I've been observing you all this time. I always felt that there was something wrong with you. As for this illusion, it was also my intuition. Huan Long found it hard to believe. That's impossible. I set up an illusion. How could you know there was something wrong with it with your intuition? Suddenly, Huan Long's expression changed. You have lightning speed and the Lightning Clan's supreme treasure. Could it be that you're from the Tianwu continent? You also have perfect spiritual sense. Huan Long knew a lot. He had revealed many of Zichen's secrets, but he didn't care. He was just a little surprised. I didn't expect you to reveal all my secrets. However, I don't know your secrets. Isn't that a loss? That's impossible. Perfect spiritual sense is extraordinary. How could you have it? Huan Long still couldn't believe it. Is it strange? In the Tianwu continent, there are many people with perfect spiritual sense. I'm just one of the most ordinary ones. When Huan Long looked at Zichen again, there was a complicated look in his eyes. There was shock, jealousy, greed, and of course, hatred. He let out a long sigh. You don't understand. Perfect spiritual sense is extraordinary. It's something that no one else has. However, the strongest thing isn't innate but acquired. Behind Zichen, there was a 3-meter barrier. Huan Long's attention was focused on it again. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed again. He then asked, I want to know what else you have besides your perfect spiritual sense. Zichen's heart shook. He had a feeling that Huan Long knew something. However, the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book were his trump cards. Although everyone in the Tianwu continent knew about it, it was a secret in this world. Seeing that Huan Long didn't directly reveal the secret of the Heavenly Book, Huan Long had already guessed that the Heavenly Book was extraordinary. Therefore, he pretended to be at a loss and asked, Could it be that a person has more than one perfect thing? Of course not, said Huan Long. Then he stared at Zichen. That's impossible. Everyone only has one and it's innate. Apart from me, I know another perfect body. He also only has one. Zichen was very agitated. There were very few people who could see through Zichen. Zichen didn't believe that Huan Long could see through him. Moreover, he had indeed seen a perfect body before. Therefore, he guessed that there might be someone who was born with perfect spiritual sense. Huan Long clearly couldn't tell if Zichen was born with a perfect body or a heavenly book. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, Forget it. I'll know everything after I kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack Zichen. When the others heard the conversation between the two, they were confused. They had never heard of the words perfect spiritual sense and perfect body. The reputation of the Perfect series couldn't even compare to the Lightning Clan's extreme speed in the Jianwu continent. The battle began again. Zichen cast aside all distracting thoughts and decided to kill Huan Long first, even though he knew that his ability to fuse with the Heavenly Book seemed to be an extraordinary method. He didn't have time to think about it. Die. Surging power began to surge. At this moment, the entire world trembled because of the 2 people who had erupted with powerful strength. Bang! Boom! The energy kept surging like giant beasts charging into the distance, causing the void trees to tremble. Zichen was very strong. Everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes along the way. However, they didn't expect Huan Long, who had never fought before, to be so powerful. After dozens of consecutive attacks, the 2 separated. Huan Long sneered and said, I admit that you're very strong. However, your realm is too low. You can't defeat me. Zichen replied indifferently, Realm never represents combat power. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Huan Long. Huan Long sneered and stabbed the barb in his hand at Zichen's heart. At this moment, the 2 of them didn't dodge and allowed each other's attacks to come. It was as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. Chapter 1295. The 2 attacked with all their might without any defense. But in the end, Huanlong's barb was a little faster. His barb stabbed Zi Chen's body, but it was blocked by the armor that appeared on his body. There was also a shield on the surface of the armor, which was transformed from the scale shield flameful. This was Zi Chen's trump card. Even the black-robed man couldn't break through it, let alone a mere Huanlong. Although the barb was extraordinary, he didn't think it could break through the defense. But reality proved that the barb didn't break through the defense. Similarly, the barb didn't need to break through the defense. When the barb hit the shield, a mysterious force emerged from it. When the force landed on the shield, it instantly created a large hole in the shield. To be more precise, this large hole was more like a spatial passageway, and the place it led directly to was Zi Chen's heart. Opening a passage ignored defense. This was the unique ability of the barb. This scene made Zi Chen's expression change, and so did everyone else's. However, it was impossible for them to react at this moment. Even if they had the fastest speed in the world, they wouldn't be able to dodge. In fact, Zi Chen didn't think of dodging. The long saber in his hand pressed forward bravely. Pooh! Pooh! Just as the barb pierced Zi Chen's heart, the long saber in Zi Chen's hand reached Huanlong's neck. The barb pierced into Huanlong's heart, and the long saber began to cut into Huanlong's neck. After that, Huanlong's head left his body, and Zi Chen's heart was pierced through. At the same time, destructive power surged out from the two weapons. One destroyed Zi Chen's body, while the other destroyed Huanlong's head. Boom! Boom! Huanlong's head exploded, and a surge of energy exploded in Zi Chen's body, instantly crushing Zi Chen's internal organs. This power stopped there because Zi Chen's body formed layers of energy defensive walls, which began to resist and dissolve this power. Bang! Zi Chen sent the headless Huanlong flying with a kick. Huanlong's clenched barb was pulled out of Zi Chen's body, along with a large amount of blood and fragments of his organs. A bloody hole appeared in Zi Chen's chest. His face instantly turned pale, and at the same time he looked very unsightly. This was because Huanlong, who had been decapitated, was not bleeding at all. It did not look like a real body at all. Shang Guanhong and the others rushed over. At the same time, they took out pills and signaled Zi Chen to quickly recover. It's useless. He's dead for sure after being hit by my attack. A cold voice came from the front of the crowd. It was Huanlong's headless body. Another head had grown out of it. He looked at Zi Chen and said sarcastically, "I've seen all of your methods along the way. I know you very well and know how to kill you. Now that you've been hit by my attack, it contains the destructive energy that I used my life to stimulate. This energy will directly destroy you, and all pills will be ineffective." As if to verify Huanlong's words, Zi Chen began coughing up blood. The golden blood turned black, and there were fragments of his organs in it. "You were prepared," Zi Chen said coldly as he wiped away the blood. "Of course." Huanlong sneered. "Damn you, I'll kill you." Man Shi roared and charged at Huanlong. "Be careful of his weapon," Zi Chen reminded, and then coughed up blood again. "Roar." Man Shi actually let out a bestial roar. His entire body transformed again, and he seemed to be in a state of extreme anger. His eyes were red, and a tyrannical aura surged around him. A battle armor automatically formed on the surface of his body. When he swung his fist to attack, it directly caused the void to tremble. Clang! Huanlong used his barb to block, and a sonorous sound erupted. At the same time, the powerful force forced Huanlong to retreat. Puff! Just as he retreated, Huanlong felt a life-threatening crisis. He quickly dodged, and a destructive light beam brushed past his body and pierced through his lower abdomen. However, there was still no blood, and the injury quickly healed. At this moment, Huanlong seemed to have an immortal body. The vertical eye between Wu Xie's eyebrows opened, and he was about to attack again. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing also attacked at this time. As powerful existences of Hunter's castle, they were naturally very strong. Be careful, don't let him get close. No one can block that stab. Qin stood in the distance and commanded. He was not dead yet. Puff, puff, puff. Huanlong was surrounded and attacked repeatedly, but he did not die at all. Moreover, he seemed to be even more powerful than Wu Xie's immortal body. There was indeed a destructive power in Qin's body. It was an extremely high-level power. Qin did not want to admit it, but he had to. It was the power of a domain. If it were anyone else, they would definitely die. Even if they had the immortal body, they would most likely lose 90% of their lives. However, when it came to Qin, this power could only cause him trouble, but it could not kill him. In the current era, other than using brute force to kill, it was almost impossible for anyone to use brute force to slowly erode Qin and kill him. This was because Qin had the law of destruction, which surpassed the law of this world. He could destroy all the laws of this world. After this power was suppressed, Qin tried to expel it. Although it was very slow, it was still effective. The four of them surrounded Huanlong and fought very conservatively. Only the immortal body, Wu Xie, fought very aggressively. During this time, his body shattered twice and reformed again. As for Huanlong's body, it was shattered again and again, but it reformed again and again. He seemed to be competing with Wu Xie's immortal body. What should we do? He also has an immortal body. We can't kill him at all, Wu Xie shouted. Behind them, Qin said indifferently, there is no such thing as an immortal body in this world. Everyone will die. Hearing these cold words, Wu Xie couldn't help but shudder. Qin continued, Moreover, I've seen two powerful existences with immortal bodies die with my own eyes. Wu Xie's heart began to turn cold. Kill. If you can't kill him once, then kill him 10 times, then 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If you still can't kill him, then kill him until he's dead. However, I believe that he definitely doesn't have an immortal body, Qin said. If it's not an immortal body, then what is it? Shan Guanhong asked while the battle was still going on. I'm guessing it's an energy body. Once the energy is exhausted, he will die, Qin said indifferently. Huanlong's expression became very ugly. It was unknown whether it was because Qin had guessed his origin or Qin's increasingly powerful tone. You're not dead yet. Finally, Huanlong spoke. His attention returned to Qin as he dodged several attacks. Not yet. I think it will be soon, Qin said with a mocking smile. Damn it! Huanlong cursed. Things had gone beyond his expectations. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If he did, it would be over. Roar! A dragon roar suddenly came from his mouth. Then Huanlong shook his body and transformed into a several hundred meters long silver dragon. The dragon's scales on the surface of his body looked like an illusion of space. His entire body seemed to be indestructible. The huge dragon head was ferocious and mighty, and its eyes were filled with deep hatred. After seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. Qin sneered, Should I call you Huanlong or Huanlong? You can call me whatever you want, but today you must die. A loud voice came from Huanlong's mouth. Huanlong, you're actually a dragon. Everyone was stunned. Roar. The dragon roar came again. 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from Huanlong's eyes. These 2 bolts of lightning seemed to contain thousands of lightning bolts and exploded in an instant. Endless lightning bolts appeared before everyone's eyes. The entire world turned into a sea of lightning. Then this sea of lightning formed a world, a real illusory world. This is... Wu Xie looked at the world in front of him with an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Dongqing's eyes flashed with a strange light. Heavens, this kind of thing really exists. Shang Guanhong was also very excited. Where is this place? It feels very familiar. Man sure scratched his head and walked forward. The four of them saw four different things. Then they walked forward at the same time. At this moment, they forgot about the battle and Huanlong. It was as if their entire thoughts had changed because of this world. Zi Chen. An unexpected voice sounded. Zi Chen saw a beautiful figure. It was Su Mengyao. Zi Chen, you're finally back. A green light flashed and turned into a beautiful and playful girl. It was Lin Shui. We've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally back. A gentle voice sounded. It was Shang Guanyu, who walked over from afar. Zi Chen, welcome back. Wang Xian, carried a long sword on her back. She wore tight clothes, and her hair was tied up at the back. She looked valiant. Hee. I heard that you're doing well in Zhanwu continent. Did you bring anything good back? You can get half of it when we meet. A monk in a monk's robe with a big belly also arrived. Zi Chen. Devil Ape also appeared. Zi Chen. Then Long Hu, spirit-devouring rat, flying divine tiger, savage dragon, and others appeared one after another. After that, Zi Chen saw many familiar faces. These people were all his friends and brothers. They came over and surrounded Zi Chen. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. Zi Chen was a little confused. He didn't understand why this was happening. He felt that there was a fog in his head. It was as if the fog was blocking something. Zi Chen was in a daze. Everyone pulled him back to Wuji sect. Along the way, they met many cultivators. These people bowed respectfully to Zi Chen. There was an inexplicable fanaticism in their eyes. Slowly, Zi Chen seemed to recall something. Then he really integrated into this place. Outside, Huanlong sneered after seeing this. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Die." Lin Shui took out a shirt. She said that she had just knitted it and gestured for Zi Chen to put it on. But when Lin Shui approached Zi Chen's skin, Zi Chen suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Then, Zi Chen felt a lot of dangerous auras. But where did the danger come from? Chapter 1296. Both parties had already come into contact with each other, but Zi Chen did not sense any danger at all. But at this moment, Zi Chen felt a sense of danger. Lin Shui was holding a piece of clothing in her hand, and she wanted Zi Chen to try and see if it fit. Su Mengyao walked towards Zi Chen with a fruit in her hand. Shang Guanyu had an extra ribbon on her wrist, and the long sword on Wang Xianer's back was glowing. Demon Ape was holding a new weapon for Zi Chen to appraise. Zi Chen, look at this stone sword of mine. Isn't it different from the original one? Zhang Haoqin said. Monk walked over stealthily, then took out an item from his chest and said, Hee, come and take a look at my repaired demon, subduing pestle. In short, there were many people around, and almost all of them had things in their hands. Moreover, they were all walking towards Zi Chen, as if they were going to surround and attack him. But Zi Chen did not believe that they would attack him. The warning signs of danger became more frequent, and Zi Chen's expression became uneasy. There was hesitation and struggle on his face. Zi Chen, what's wrong? Everyone was obviously very concerned about Zi Chen, and they all saw the slight changes in his expression. Zi Chen shook his head. He chose to believe in his own people and ignore these warnings. However, at this moment, a loud, bell-like sound rang out in his mind. This bell-like sound was melodious, and it carried a certain meaning. It was as if he was enlightened, and it dispelled the fog in Zi Chen's mind. At this moment, the trace of confusion in Zi Chen's eyes disappeared, and it was replaced by clarity. Zi Chen, what's wrong? Everyone asked again, and they were very concerned. The clear Zi Chen's sharp senses returned, and he saw many abnormalities. He shook his head and said, Sorry, my progress is too slow, and I can't go back to find you guys. With that, Zi Chen closed his eyes. The instant Zi Chen closed his eyes, the gazes of those familiar people around him turned sinister and vicious. Their gazes were exactly the same as Huolong's. The things in their hands turned into sharp weapons in an instant. The clothes in Shuai Lin's hand changed, the fruit in Su Mingyao's hand changed, the ribbon in Shang Wenyuer's hand turned into a scimitar, and the long sword on Wang Xian'er's back was unsheathed. As for the weapons in the hands of the others, they released a dazzling light in the next moment and attacked Zichen. Facing the attacks from all directions, Zichen still had his eyes closed. However, his mouth opened and he softly shouted, "Ha!" This was the first syllable of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra of the Buddhist sect. After Zichen softly uttered it, it became incomparably loud, like a thunderclap that shook the entire world. All around, the people surrounding Zichen slowed down their movements. In the next moment, it was as if they had fallen into a quagmire, their movements becoming extremely sluggish. "Is that so?" Immediately after, a second sound rang out. This sound shook the entire space, causing it to tremble. Following the vibration brought about by this syllable, the faces of the surrounding people immediately revealed painful expressions, as if there were tens of thousands of ants gnawing at their bones. Some of them couldn't help but fall down and start wailing. The wailing sounds in the surroundings started to undulate, like the cries of vengeful ghosts. The sounds were mournful and painful. The corners of Zichen's eyes were trembling, because these were all sounds that he was familiar with. However, he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he softly uttered the third syllable as fast as he could. "Ha!" As soon as the third syllable was uttered, the sound of thunder began to vibrate, and the surrounding space trembled even more violently. Immediately after, a mighty force that belonged to the Sanskrit spread out in all directions with Zichen as the center. Wherever this mighty force passed, the figures of the people that Zichen was familiar with began to dissipate. It was as if the clouds had dispersed, and the sound of thunder had disappeared. Zichen's surroundings became extremely empty, and only the echoes of the miserable screams were still reverberating. Zichen could tell where all the voices belonged from the echoes. It wasn't until these voices dissipated that Zichen opened his eyes again. There was no longer the usual decisiveness in his eyes, and his emotions had also become very complicated. Although he knew that everything was fake and Zichen had broken through this illusion, it still evoked his longing. This might be Zichen's weakness. Compared to the indecisiveness that Zichen was showing at this moment, the tall figure behind Zichen was much colder. The Sanskrit of Buddhism revered Buddha, so a Buddha shadow would appear behind him. It would appear benevolent and amiable, and there would always be a smile on its face that would make people feel at ease. Compared to the tall golden Buddha shadow, the figure that belonged to Zichen behind him was pure black. It looked more like a pure demon, very cold and cruel. Zichen didn't revere Buddha, he only revered himself. This is the damned Buddhist mantra of the bald donkey. In the outside world, Mirage Dragon naturally saw what was happening on Zichen's side. His expression immediately changed, and he angrily cursed. "This is that damn Baldy's thing. Why does Zichen have this kind of thing? Moreover, how did he see through my illusion?" Mirage Dragon couldn't understand. He thought that he understood Zichen very well, but today Zichen had exceeded his expectations twice. In the illusory space, Zichen sat cross-legged, and the power of the mantra appeared again. Ah! Back then he had only learned the first 3 notes. When he wanted to learn the power of the mantra, he was forcefully kicked out by the old monk. Therefore his mantra was not complete. If he wanted to break this illusion, he could only recite it over and over again, allowing the strange power of the mantra to spread to every corner of this world. Zichen regretted not asking Hishan for the other 3 notes before he left. If the 6 tones were complete, then he would be able to break through this illusion with just 1 play. Ah! With Zichen as the center, the 6-syllable mantra spread in all directions. Soon it filled up his world and spread to the surrounding worlds. How could this be? Dongqing's body was covered in blood, and she looked at the sword and shield combination in front of her in disbelief. This was just the sword and shield combination of a cub, but it was extremely powerful. With a single glance, she could tell that it was the best among its peers. However, it was even more difficult to capture and communicate with. At this moment, she only wanted to subdue the sword and shield. However, it was very difficult. In the process of subduing it, her life was already in danger. Suddenly, a sound came from the outside world. At first, this sound was like a mosquito buzzing beside her ear, making her feel annoyed. However, she wanted to continue listening. Soon, the sound became louder, causing the energy in the void to shake. In the midst of the shaking, the fog that was blocking Dongqing's spiritual sense began to loosen. After that, the sound became louder and clearer. This is the sound of Buddhist chanting. Dongqing was very surprised. Then, the fog completely dissipated. After her spiritual sense returned, she naturally saw the abnormality here. Is this my home? Why do you keep hitting me? Man sure was talking to a group of stones. These stones were very strange. They could change their size. At this moment, these stones were revolving around Man-Shur. Some of them suddenly changed directions and directly pierced through Man-Shur's body. The barbarian stone was very weak, but he was very stubborn. He wanted to know if this was his home and if he was one of these stones. However, the stones didn't answer him at all. They just kept attacking him. Suddenly, the sound of stones breaking through the air was heard. This sound did not attract Man-Shur's attention at first, but it soon became louder and clearer. After hearing it clearly, Man-Shur scratched his head and said, "Someone is singing, but it's so strange. Why does it only know one line, but it sounds very good?" The power of the mantra filled the world where Man-Shur was. Then, these stones seemed to have a life of their own. They became anxious, and some even began to tremble. "Are you very afraid?" Man-Shur asked, but naturally he did not get an answer. "Stop singing, they are very afraid." Man-Shur shouted towards the sky. At the same time, he punched towards that direction. One punch after another. The strange power did not disperse at all. Then, this power began to vibrate in this place. The surrounding stones dissipated, and the surrounding scene also disappeared. "Ah, damn it, Mirage Dragon, it must be the Mirage Dragon." Man-Shur withdrew his fist and looked at the empty surroundings. When the strange power spread toward Shangguanhong, she was also injured. It was the thing she valued the most, the heart of Wood Spirit. However, the heart of Wood Spirit had a very strong attacking power. She could not catch it, nor could she refine it. Only when the power of the mantra spread and dispersed the fog that blocked her spiritual sense did she wake up. Then, she felt a wave of lingering fear. Who is the one singing? Who saved me? Shangguanhong looked towards the sky. In the last world, Wu Xia had a book in front of him. The book recorded the secret of the undying body. This secret clearly stated his worries about the undying body in his heart, as well as the method to resolve it. Is this really going to work? Wu Xia was a little uncertain, but he wanted to try. Along the way, he had encountered too many dangers. Even the undying body could die, so he wanted to not die. Therefore, he took out a sharp blade and directly pierced towards the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Ah! Then, Wu Xia's miserable cry resounded in this world. The vertical eye between his eyebrows began to bleed. It's too late, but it's too painful. How can I do it? Who can help me? Wu Xia looked towards the sky and shouted. Then he called out the power of the mantra. After that, the power dispersed Wu Xia's fog. Wu Xia quickly realized that this was an illusion. He screamed again because he almost crippled himself just now. Ma, ma, ma. The illusions of these people were all broken, but this world did not disappear. The power of the mantra was still reverberating. The 4 people who woke up seemed to have guessed the use of the power of the mantra. They began to transfer power to this world. Soon, the whole world was filled with power. It was like a bomb, waiting for the fuse to ignite and then explode. Zichen, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes and stopped his chanting. The tall demonic figure behind him had its own intelligence. A black blade appeared in his hand. This was a black blade completely formed by the power of the mantra. Chapter 1297. When the blade came down, the entire space trembled. The boundless mighty energy resonated with the energy that the party had unleashed, causing the world to crumble. No, a roar came from outside the world. Then the entire world rumbled and crumbled. Thousands of lightning bolts exploded once again. Zichen and the other four appeared. At this moment, Mirage Dragon's eyes were shedding tears of blood. How is this possible? How did you break my illusion? Mirage Dragon stared at Zichen in disbelief. His voice was filled with astonishment. Zichen appeared in perfect condition. Mirage Dragon's illusion was very frightening. Zichen had nearly fallen for it, but at the crucial moment, Cauldron's spirit woke him up. If it wasn't for Cauldron's spirit, he would surely have fallen for it. Zichen turned around to look at the others. He discovered that they were not in good condition. Dongqing's mask had long disappeared. Her body was covered in bloody scars. Her black robe was torn in several places, revealing her fair skin. She was indeed very beautiful, but at this moment she was very weak. Shang Guanhong and Manshur were also injured. However, the one with the heaviest injuries was Wu Xie. The vertical pupil between his brows could no longer move. He had temporarily lost his most powerful means. Behind Zichen, the lofty demonic figure was still standing. He gave off an oppressive aura. After seeing the demonic figure, the four understood that it was Zichen who had saved them. Immediately, their faces were filled with gratitude. Heal your injuries first. I will deal with him. Zichen had fully recovered from his injuries in the illusion. He once again had the strength to fight. He tightly clenched his long sword and charged at Mirage Dragon without saying a word. Behind him, the lofty demonic figure followed with his sword in hand. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. Mirage Dragon's eyes that were filled with tears of blood once again shot out 2 lightning bolts. It was these lightning bolts that had trapped the party and nearly killed them. Zichen swung his long sword at the lightning bolts. His long sword flashed, but it hit nothing. Behind him, the lofty demonic figure's long sword followed. The illusory long sword was condensed with the mighty energy of an incantation. This incantation specialized in breaking the Tao of demons and illusions. Boom! The pitch-black long blade struck the electric light, causing an energy vibration. The electric light was extinguished by the black blade. Huan Long let out another miserable shriek as more tears of blood welled up in his eyes. At the same time, he swung his tail and charged toward Zichen. The saber in Zichen's hand began to glow. Many of the laws began to change before finally transforming into a destructive law. Zichen swung his saber down. In the process of slashing down, the bladed, golden-eyed beast appeared and provided a great deal of power to the black saber. With great difficulty, the black blade broke through the phantom dragon's defense. Immediately after, the long blade slashed downwards, intending to cut off the phantom dragon's entire tail. Damn it! The phantom dragon roared and turned its head. Taking advantage of the fact that the black blade was stuck in its body, it bit at Zichen. Zichen clenched his fist and punched back. The golden light of his fist shone between heaven and earth. Clang! The punch landed on the dragon tooth, producing a resounding clang. Under the powerful vibration, Zichen was sent flying backwards, pulling out his long blade. However, the strange thing was that after breaking through the phantom dragon's defense, no dragon blood flowed out. The wounds on the phantom dragon's body quickly healed. Then it charged towards Zichen. On the ferocious dragon head, the dragon's mouth was wide open. The dragon's roar turned into a materialized sound wave that headed towards Zichen. The demonic shadow on Zichen's back had already dissipated. A light shield appeared on his armor, blocking all the sound waves. After that, it was a great battle between man and dragon. Zichen deliberately pulled the battlefield apart to give the others enough time to recover. At the same time, they would not be affected by the battle. The phantom dragon seemed to have an immortal body. No matter how Zichen tried to kill it, it could not be killed. Zichen guessed that if he cut off the phantom dragon's head, it would die. However, he did not have the opportunity to do so. In addition to creating an environment, the phantom dragon was also very fast. It was even faster than Zichen's extreme speed. Moreover, it was constantly changing between illusion and reality. It was impossible for Zichen to deal a fatal blow. This was a battle between two people of the same level. Just like ordinary battles in the Jianwu continent, it would take a long time for the victor to be decided. The battle would only end when one side was completely drained of energy or became extremely weak. The sound of energy explosions continued. The battle had reached a stalemate. Neither side could do anything to the other. During this time, the dragon's roar and Zichen's roar could be heard. The phantom dragon wanted to exhaust Zichen to death, but it was not realistic. After all, he knew how abnormal Zichen was. Moreover, the passage of time was very unfavorable for him. Once Manshur and the others recovered, he would be besieged. The phantom dragon was very anxious. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes again. Facing the cold lightning, Zichen did not dodge. The demonic shadow appeared behind him once again and slashed at the cold lightning. The phantom dragon's most powerful attack was restrained by Zichen's incantation force. The phantom dragon roared unwillingly. However, it was not realistic for him to kill Zichen. Therefore, he became very anxious. Because he was too anxious, he made mistakes again and again. This allowed Zichen to seize the opportunity to stab him a few more times. He even almost lost his head. Just when the two were in a deadlock, a roar came from behind Zichen. This roar came from Manshur. He had recovered from his injuries and joined the battle. Whoosh! A nimble wooden sword arrived on the battlefield first and directly hit a wound on the phantom dragon's body that could not be healed in time. Afterward, the wooden sword began to melt and turned into a green stream of water that flowed into the wound. In the next moment, a small green sapling appeared from the wound. The phantom dragon let out a miserable scream. The sapling was absorbing his vitality. His body began to emit light and forcibly separated a piece of his body. At this moment, Manshur arrived. His millstone-like fist hit the phantom dragon's body and sent him flying dozens of meters away. With a helper, the pressure on Zichen was greatly reduced. However, he did not let down his guard. He was worried that there would be another unforeseen event. Therefore, the frequency of his attacks increased. Wu Xie's injuries were the most serious. He had not recovered yet. On the contrary, it was Dongqing who had recovered. As soon as she recovered, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Then she lightly shouted, "Sword and shield come." Following her words, two small beasts rushed out from the 3 meters behind Zichen. They were the sword and shield duo that had followed Zichen in. After the two small beasts rushed out, they rushed towards Dongqing and turned into a sword and shield. She held the sword in her right hand and the shield in her left. After testing the weight, she rushed forward like a warrior. Whoosh! Her whole body soared into the sky and attacked the phantom dragon. The phantom dragon clawed at Dongqing. A powerful force surged on the dragon claw, bringing with it a destructive aura. Dongqing raised the shield in his left hand. The shield began to emit light and then directly became bigger until it completely blocked the attack. Boom! The powerful force caused a tremor after hitting the shield. The scale shield flame, full, began to dissolve the force. At this moment, Dongqing appeared. He then held the blade, golden-eyed beast that had turned into a sword of light and fiercely slashed at the dragon claw. Poof! The sword light flashed. The dragon claw was cut off and fell to the ground. Dongqing held the sword and shield and retreated dozens of meters. On the other side, with the sword and shield, Dongqing's battle power had greatly increased. He did not even need to summon other beasts. On the other side, Shang Guanhong and Man Shi cooperated and attacked the phantom dragon until it screamed, "Die!" Zichen seized the opportunity and flashed to the phantom dragon's body. Holding the sword with both hands, he ruthlessly stabbed towards the phantom dragon's neck. The long sword penetrated the phantom dragon's body with difficulty. Then Zichen changed the direction of his sword and pulled it downwards, wanting to cut open the phantom dragon's head. The phantom dragon once again screamed in pain. With an assistant, the phantom dragon was completely beaten up. It screamed again and had almost no strength to fight back. Moreover, because it had consumed too much energy, its speed and reaction had gradually slowed down. Man Shi sprinted a few steps, causing the ground to tremble. When he soared into the sky, he just happened to meet the phantom dragon's head. He clenched his fists together like a huge hammer and ruthlessly smashed towards the phantom dragon's head. Boom! Under this smash, the phantom dragon's entire body trembled. At the same time, it was unable to maintain its balance and fell to the ground. During the process of falling, another small sapling that absorbed life force grew out from its body. Moreover, it was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zichen, who had just been forced back, took the opportunity to charge forward. He arrived at the place where the mirage dragon had been injured and began to cut it again. The phantom dragon fell to the ground and smashed a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, because of the pain, it kept rolling on the ground. Soon, the world was filled with smoke and dust, and nothing else could be seen. The battle continued in the smoke and dust, and no one had the slightest intention of stopping. During this period, the frequency of the phantom dragon's screams increased, but the sound was getting lower and lower. When the ground stopped shaking, it meant that the battle was over. The smoke and dust in the sky dispersed, and a huge dragon corpse appeared on the ground. The dragon's head had been cut off and fell to the side. The dragon's eyes were wide open, and the tears of blood inside had yet to dry. As for the dragon corpse, it was also full of wounds, and there were some sparkling green saplings. The whole world fell into silence again, and even the sound of breathing seemed to have stopped. The four people in the sky looked down at the dragon corpse and remained silent for a long time. The battle is finally over. Man Shi heaved a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. Then he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at the dragon corpse. Shang Guanhong and Dongqing also landed. At this moment, Dongqing was still holding a sword and shield in his hands. "The battle is over," Zichen suddenly said with a cold smile. "What do you mean?" The three immediately looked up at Zichen. Zichen lowered his head and looked at the sword and shield in Dongqing's hands. After pondering for a moment, he said indifferently, "The battle might have just begun." As Zichen's words fell, the huge dragon corpse disappeared in front of them. At the same time, the world with hundreds of withered void trees also slowly dissipated. Everything was like an illusion. Now that the battle was over, all the illusions disappeared, and the real world appeared in front of them. Chapter 1298. The few who were sober were filled with anticipation for the real world. Zichen was the only one who became worried and vigilant. Along the way, he had the feeling that he was being targeted and schemed against. Just a moment ago, after Dongqing recovered from his injuries, Zichen sensed a familiar energy from his space. The blade and shield naturally left his body and came under the control of Dongqing. The seal on the blade and shield that came from Ziqin was broken. Dongqing began to command the blade and shield. This point was very unusual. Ziqin did not ask Dongqing why he did this, because all the mysteries would be revealed soon enough. Whether it was the aureole behind or the real scheme, the conclusion would soon be drawn. The space they were in just a moment ago had disappeared. It was an illusory space, Mirage Dragon's natal illusory space. Naturally, the withered void tree there was also fake. The party returned to the real world. It was a world full of colors. Just like an eggshell, the colorful world surrounded the outside, while Ziqin and the others were in the middle of the eggshell. The colorful lights around them were not caused by some kind of peculiar energy or secret treasure. Instead, they were layers of seals. These colorful seals were like giant chains, locking down this part of the world. Not only did they lock down this part of the world, but they also locked down this space, locking down all the places that could be connected to the outside world. To be precise, this place was a land of death. If one did not have something like a fragment of the edict on them, they would not be able to absorb the slightest bit of energy from this space. What is this place? Where are our gains? The party looked around, but there was nothing. Ziqin, on the other hand, was filled with vigilance. This was because this space itself was not ordinary. This was the most powerful formation he had ever seen. This is the heaven and earth sealing formation. A voice sounded in Ziqin's sea of consciousness. It was none other than Cauldron Spirit. Heaven and earth sealing formation. That's right. Although the real heaven and earth sealing formation is not perfect, it is just too easy for it to seal this space. What's the point of this formation? This is a formation of entrapment. It can trap someone to death. Ziqin's expression changed when he heard this. Senior, you mean that there's a person trapped here? Cauldron Spirit replied. To be precise, a life form is trapped inside. As soon as Cauldron Spirit's voice faded, another voice sounded in this space. I didn't expect that you would make it this far. This voice came from the front of the crowd, but they clearly did not see anything just now. The 5 of them turned their heads and saw one person. This was a human wearing silver armor. There were ribbons on his body. These ribbons surrounded his body and extended out of this world. The moment they saw the silver-armored man, everyone's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Wu Xie even cried out in alarm. Huanlong, you're not dead yet. The silver-armored man had eyes that were even more profound than the Mirage Dragon's. Moreover, the auras of the 2 were different, but their appearances were the same. He looked at the 5 of them and calmly said, It seems that you all killed my clone. A clone? Everyone's expression turned ugly. They had expended a great deal of effort to kill the clone and had almost died in the illusion. Now that the real body had appeared, wouldn't it mean that his combat power was much stronger? The silver-armored man did not attack immediately. He merely looked at the 5 of them. His calm face was suddenly filled with complicated emotions. In the end, he started laughing maniacally. His laughter grew louder and louder, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, more and more ribbons of light flew toward them, surrounding him and suppressing him. The faces of Ziqin and the others changed greatly. Shock was written all over their faces. This was because the laughter of the other party had caused their blood and qi to surge. Clearly, this was a powerful domain that was dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the Mirage Dragon. Such an existence was simply invincible in front of them, a symbol that they could not defeat. The silver-armored man laughed for a long time before he gradually stopped. He then looked at the 5 of them and asked, Do you know how long I have been trapped here? Naturally, they did not know. Their faces were filled with bewilderment. 70,000 years, the silver-armored man replied faintly. Everyone's expression changed again. After being trapped for 70,000 years and being isolated from the outside world, he still had such a method. It was indeed terrifying. 70,000 years without being able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Even the void tree could not penetrate the void. Gradually, it withered and fell into a deep slumber. I could not see anyone or hear anyone else's breathing. I could not even cultivate normally. My realm was constantly falling. Do you know what kind of feeling this is? The silver-armored man asked. Everyone looked at each other. They did not know if they should answer. The silver-armored man smiled and said, "You don't need to know. You don't need to know because I will not trap you. I will only kill you." The few of them became very nervous. "Don't worry, I won't kill you yet. I have been lonely for a long time and need to find someone to chat with. Whoever is good at chatting, step forward. Of course, there is no need for women because we will have a long time to chat in detail later." The silver-armored man's smile became lustful. At this moment, Zi-Chun naturally stepped forward. He took 2 steps forward, looked at the silver-armored man, and asked, "This is all your scheme?" "Of course." "It's very clever, isn't it?" The silver-armored man smiled. His smile returned to normal. At the same time, it proved that although he had been trapped for 70,000 years, there was no problem with his sexual orientation. Zi-Chun nodded and said, "It is indeed very clever. However, I am very puzzled. Since you were trapped here, how did you send your clone out? Also, how did he pass the 3 stages?" The silver-armored man did not intend to hide anything. He said directly, "This is the result of my hard work for tens of thousands of years. When a part of the formation was not operating smoothly, I forcefully separated my soul and erased all my memories. I gave him a new mission and sent him out of this space to seek help." Zi-Chun thought for a moment and said, "It is impossible for the formation to not operate smoothly. You must have done it intentionally. It should be because of that unique sword of yours." The silver-armored man's deep eyes were filled with admiration. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You are very smart. I successfully sent my clone out with the help of that dragon spike." Soon, an exasperated expression appeared on his face. He angrily said, "But do you know how many times I had to escape in the past 70,000 years?" At this moment, the 2 of them were chatting like friends. Zi-Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. 70 times. Including the clone this time, there are 70 times in total. The silver-armored man angrily said, "I don't know what kind of people you Huping City are. In the past 70,000 years, I took out a treasure map 69 times and used various methods to send it out. However, I have not seen a single outsider in all these years." Zi-Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Did you give out a jade slip with a moving map inside?" "That's right. I sent it out more than 500 years ago. However, after 500 years, no one came. I was disappointed. So I paid a huge price to send my clone out." "What? Have you seen that jade slip before?" Zi-Chen sighed and said, "I have indeed seen it. If Huanlong had not asked me to come here, I would have followed the instructions on the jade slip and come here from another route." "Then why didn't you come earlier? Do you know how much I paid to send my clone away?" The silver-armored man roared at Zi-Chen, appearing to be very angry. "I only saw it a few months ago. As for the past 500 years, the jade slip has been split into 2 and has not reunited at all." Then Zi-Chen explained what had happened. The silver-armored man was dumbfounded when he heard this. He muttered, "So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Greedy humans. In order to prevent others from obtaining things, they would rather not obtain them." The others naturally understood what Zi-Chen and the silver-armored man meant. Evidently, there were many people in Huping City who had such a treasure map. However, they were definitely split into 2 or even more pieces. However, after so many years, not a single one of the treasure maps had been reunited. Shang Guanhong had a deep understanding of this. Her family had a few maps that could not be reunited, and they had been stored away as part of their inheritance. When they looked at the silver-armored man again, their expressions became somewhat complicated. They wondered just how bad his luck was. He had given out 69 maps, but not a single one of them had come. However, it seemed that his luck had changed this time, because his clone had brought Zi-Chin and the others. Their luck had taken a turn for the worse. Now that he had spoken, the silver-armored man's emotions slowly calmed down. He was no longer as angry, but he once again understood the greed of humans. "Why did you ask Huanlong to bring us here? So that we can save you?" Zi-Chin asked. The silver-armored man shook his head. "Of course not. I don't need you to save me. Furthermore, you can't save me. I need to replenish my energy. A lot of energy, but it must be life force. Therefore, I need life force to maintain my life and increase my strength so that I can break out of here." The silver-armored man appeared very confident. Clearly, he was very strong. In the next moment, a powerful aura was released from his body. Under this violent aura, Zi-Chin and the others could not help but retreat. There were even more colorful lights between heaven and earth, trapping the silver-armored man like chains. However, they could not suppress his unique aura. Even though he was sealed, he was still very, very powerful. The domain realm. He was truly at the domain realm. He only needed a finger to kill Zi-Chin and the others. Zi-Chin resisted the pressure and asked, "But there are only 5 of us. Even if you devour us, we will only have a little bit of life force, let alone increasing our realm. We won't even be able to maintain our original realm." Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the silver-armored man's aura retracted slightly. He looked at Zi-Chen and the others and smiled again, saying, "I need to thank all of you for this matter. If I'm not wrong, you've already dealt with the trouble along the way. It won't be long before many more people arrive here. The number of people will exceed your imagination, although they are all in the corporeal realm. With so many people, their combined vitality will be enough for me to recover and break through before escaping." Zi-Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He asked, "There are still people behind us. Of course, someone will provide them with the complete treasure map. They will arrive here safely." From the silver-armored man's words, this was a situation of certain death. However, Zi-Chen did not believe it. Chapter 1299. The aura released by the silver-armored man made everyone tremble. At this moment, they didn't doubt that the silver-armored man could kill them with a single finger. Even the undying Wuxia became extremely low-key and didn't say a word. "It's over. We're going to die." This was what they thought because the silver-armored man was an invincible existence. He was stronger than everyone and couldn't be killed. But when they looked at Zi-Chin, they saw that Zi-Chin was frowning and thinking. He didn't show any despair. Along the way, they were used to following Zi-Chen's orders and trusted Zi-Chin. Seeing that Zi-Chen didn't despair, they seemed to have hope, even if they didn't know where it came from. The silver-armored man was like the most powerful life form in the world, looking down at the ants he could kill with a single breath. The smile on his face gradually became sinister. "What are you worried about?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from Zi-Chen's mouth. It was directed at the silver-armored man. "Are you talking to me?" The silver-armored man asked. His aura was so strong that there were even more colorful lights around him. At this moment, he was like a war god wearing colorful battle armor. "Of course," Zi-Chin said, resisting the pressure. "The ones who should be worried are you guys," the silver-armored man said indifferently. "It should be you. But if you want to listen to my explanation, then restrain your aura first," Zi-Chin said. The silver-armored man sneered and began to restrain his aura. Zi-Chin let out a sigh of relief. Now, he was certain that he wouldn't be able to survive a single move from the silver-armored man. If the silver-armored man attacked, he would definitely die. Manshur and the others looked at Zi-Chin with anticipation. They were hoping for a miracle. "I don't know what you're worried about, but I can see that you're worried," Zi-Chin said with certainty as he looked into the silver-armored man's eyes. Let's hear it, the silver-armored man said with a mocking smile. If you're not worried, why did you let your clone think of a way to kill us? Zichen asked. His doppelganger attacked you? Haha. Then he probably wants to prove his strength. The silver-armored man was slightly startled, and then he chuckled. Zichen shook his head seriously and said, No, that's definitely not the case. That's what I thought just now, but when I think about it carefully, there are many suspicious points. If the clone really wanted to prove something, then when he felt that he couldn't win, he should have chosen to retreat instead of attacking with all his might. He definitely knew how strong you were, but he still chose to die. In my opinion, it wasn't because of his pride. Perhaps he was just a clone, so it didn't matter whether he died or not. The real reason should be that he knew that if we met you, you would definitely be in trouble. Or rather, it wouldn't be that easy to kill us. Hearing Zi Chen's explanation, the silver-armored man suddenly laughed. Very interesting reasoning, but what kind of trouble do you think you can cause me? Although the others felt that Zi Chen's words made sense, they really did not understand why they would bring trouble to others. If they were outside this world, this was also very possible. However, they were now together, and the silver-armored man's movements were clearly not restricted. The so-called trouble might not even exist. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, Just now, I didn't know what kind of trouble we could cause you, but I seem to have suddenly thought of a possibility. The silver-armored man looked at Zi Chen without any change in his expression. The clone didn't attack along the way, so he definitely wasn't hiding his strength. He should be avoiding something. I'm guessing that it's the 3 powerful existences we killed before, but they're all dead, so he still needs to avoid something. The silver-armored man asked indifferently, What are you trying to say? I want to say that it's definitely easy for you to kill us, but it might not be easy. There should be a lot of resistance. I'm guessing that this resistance should come from the person who sealed you. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the others reacted. Wu Xie even slapped his forehead and said, That's right. You're not dead, so the existence who sealed you shouldn't be dead either. Although you're very strong, you're afraid of that powerful existence. He must be alive and nearby, right? The silver-armored man laughed coldly and said disdainfully, or rather they, If it weren't for their scheme, how could I be trapped here? But 70,000 years have passed. Even if they're still alive, they're very weak. Judging from the fact that you guys were able to reach this place, their strength has long been depleted, and they were all killed by you guys along the way. What? Everyone was shocked. Manshur asked, The powerful existences we killed along the way were the experts who sealed you. Experts, the silver-armored man said disdainfully. Maybe they were in the past, but now they're just dead people. So you're betting, right? Zi Chen pointed at the silver-armored man and said, You're betting that their strength has greatly decreased and they're no longer a threat to you. You're betting that your doppelganger can bring you a powerful team and then destroy them. That's right, I'm betting, but it seems that I'm about to succeed. The silver-armored man laughed. Zi Chen shook his head and said, No, this isn't just your gamble. You're betting, and so are others. But unfortunately, you think that this is just your gamble, and even if you lose, it's no big deal. Little do you know that there's another gambler standing opposite you, and they're betting with you. What do you mean? The silver-armored man suddenly felt that something was wrong, but the others were confused and didn't know what was going on. You're betting in the open, but or rather, they're betting with you in the dark. The doppelganger and us are your cards. A set of cards that doesn't matter if you win or lose. But what you don't know is that there's someone else who has taken a fancy to your set of cards and is betting heavily, preparing to decide victory or defeat in one round, life or death in one round. Zichen said with great certainty. The fog that had been bothering him was dispelled, and he saw through the whole thing. Your gamble is just for your own amusement. It seems that you've been preparing for a long time, but you're not prepared at all. But there's someone who seems to be unprepared, but he's calculating the gains and losses very carefully. So if you calculate it this way, we might not necessarily die. The silver-armored man sneered and said, "Who's betting with me? The people who bet with me are already dead, killed by you." Zi-Chin also sneered and said, "What if they're faking their deaths?" Faking their deaths. The silver-armored man's expression finally changed. He was in disbelief and disbelief. Then he looked carefully at Zi-Chin and Zi-Chen's group and said, "How is this possible? Could it be that with just the few of you, they're able to fake their deaths and not hesitate to gamble with their lives?" Zi-Chin smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out soon enough whether or not I am." Then he looked out of the colorful space and said, "After talking so much, my mouth is a little dry. I say, you guys should be coming out by now." Shang Guanhong and the others' emotions became very complicated. They hoped that someone would really come, and that this was not just Zi-Chen's guess. "Ha!" A burst of hearty laughter rang out, followed by another burst of hearty laughter. They were all too familiar with this laughter. It was the 3 powerful existences that they had killed before. You guys really didn't die. The appearance of the 3 powerful existences shocked everyone. The black-robed man smiled and said, "Although our strength is greatly reduced, we still have a lot of people. How could we be killed by you?" "Then why did you have to die?" Man sure asked. "Of course we faked our deaths." "Then why did you have to fight so hard?" Man sure asked again. The black-robed man obviously felt that Man sure's intelligence was not enough, so he looked at Zi-Chin and said, "You're Zi-Chin, right? You can explain to him." "Because of the test," Zi-Chin said. "What test?" Man sure asked again. "To see if we have the capital to make a big bet. If we have the qualifications, then they will make a bet. What if it's not enough? Then we die." Man sure suddenly shouted, "This is not fair. Why should we die?" "From the moment we decided to come with the Phantom Dragon clone, we already had no choice," Zi-Chin said. The others looked at Zi-Chin with admiration. They did not expect Zi-Chin to be so attentive to these problems. "Very smart little guy. Our bet on you guys was not in vain. I hope you have a chance of winning." Another indifferent voice sounded, and then a tall figure appeared outside the colorful space. Although separated by the seal, Zi-Chin still felt a powerful and trembling aura from the figure, so he asked, "You're the expert with the Tianfu hunting order?" "Yes, it's me, Chun Wei," the tall figure said. "This one is Zi-Chin. Greetings, senior." Zi-Chin bowed to Chin Wei. The other 4 also bowed. Chun Wei waved his hand and said, "I saw your performance, and to be honest, I am very satisfied with you. I saw your potential and could vaguely guess your background. Halfway through, Brother Yin Hong and I wanted to stop you guys. After all, your strength is a bit weak, but our strength has dropped too much and we are running out of time. Naturally, there is no chance. If we don't use this opportunity to eliminate him, I'm afraid we won't have another chance to kill him. So, we selfishly decided for you and let you participate in the next battle." Zi-Chin heard this and smiled bitterly. "I don't think we're going to kill him like this." "Of course not. We have our own ways. Brother Yin Hong, are you still not going to show up?" Chun Wei said. "Sai, this time we have to sacrifice one of my descendants. Our bloodline is already rare." Another figure appeared. This was a middle-aged man, and he looked at Shang Guanhong as soon as he appeared. The moment Shang Guanhong saw the middle-aged man, her expression immediately changed. She looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You are the ancestor. Why are you here?" Chapter 1300. Shangguan Yinhong looked at Shangguan Hong with a kind smile on his face. It was just that the 2 of them were separated by a colorful seal, so they couldn't get close to each other. Otherwise, the scene would have been very warm and touching. The others didn't know about Shangguan Yinhong's deeds, and they had never heard of Qin Wei, but they could guess that they must have been all-powerful 70,000 years ago. Chen looked at the 5 people and quickly discovered the problem. He cried out in alarm, "2 seniors, you have fallen." He saw that 3 of the 5 people had physical bodies, but Chen Wei and Shangguan Yinhong were illusory bodies. The silver-armored man, who had been silent all this while, relaxed his solemn expression upon hearing Chen's words. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Of course, I killed the 2 of them. Only a remnant soul escaped." Shangguan Hong burst into tears when he heard this, and the others also sighed. Shangguan Yinhong looked at Chen and the others below and said, "Although we are only remnant souls, we still have some use before we die. Chen, I also think highly of you and hope that you can become a member of the Shangguan family. However, the prerequisite is that you have to live. Now, I want to tell you that Hulong must be killed. You must kill him at all costs." "Why? Does he have a grudge against you?" Chen asked, puzzled. Shangguan Yinhong shook his head and said, "No, but he has a grudge against humans and all living beings in the Zhanwu continent." Everyone was puzzled. "This involves a secret that you can't come into contact with right now. You only need to know that killing him will save millions of lives. That's enough. He's a homicidal maniac. Does he want to kill many people?" Wu Xie asked. Chen Wei clearly didn't know how to explain. In the end, Shangguan Yinhong waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's just tell them. This battle is no small matter." "Humph, you don't need to tell them. I'll tell them." An indifferent voice rang out. The silver-armored man sneered and said, "Because in the eyes of you humans, I'm a foreign race." Foreign race. Chen was a little sensitive to this word because he had once been called a foreign race, and he knew that the foreign race was the demon race. So he asked, "You are from the demon race." "Demons? How can those little bugs be called aliens?" The silver-armored man laughed as if he had just heard a joke. "I am an alien from the universe. Alien races in the starry skies. Could there be other races in the starry skies?" Whether it was the Martial Heaven continent or the Zhanwu continent, Chen could see the endless Xing Chun in the sky. They were so far away, so beautiful. However, he had never thought that there were other races in the starry sky. "Of course, we are a powerful race in the starry skies, and you are nothing more than ants in our eyes. You are not fit to live under the same starry skies as us, so you must die," the silver-armored man said coldly. It was clear that not only did the other party want to kill, but they also wanted to kill everyone. However, did the non-human kind really want to kill them because they didn't like them? Chen didn't believe him at all. There was always a reason for everything. Just like how the Martial Heaven continent's demons had invaded for the sake of survival, the non-human kind definitely had other reasons for wanting to kill them. However, neither the silver-armored man nor Shangguan Yinhong had any intention of explaining to Chen in detail. Shangguan Yinhong said, "Those who enter the Earth realm have an endless lifespan. However, in these endless years, many experts have fallen. Most of these people died because of the non-human kind. A battle once broke out in the Zhanwu continent, and over 90% of the world overlords died in that battle. They all died for the Zhanwu continent, for their descendants, for everyone. That time, over 90% of the invading non-human kind died as well. However, the remaining 10% either escaped or snuck into the Zhanwu continent." Chen glanced at the silver-armored man and asked, "Could he be one of the 10% that escaped?" "That's right. Back then, I was heavily injured and had been recuperating. I didn't expect that I would still be discovered after so many years," the silver-armored man said indifferently. These few words couldn't explain how cruel the non-human kind was. Furthermore, they were killing other people. It had nothing to do with the people present. The others didn't feel anything. They even felt that it wasn't worth sacrificing their own lives to kill the silver-armored man. However, Chen didn't think so. He had come here from the Tianwu continent and knew what kind of disaster the invasion of the non-human kind would bring. In the past, he had allowed the devil race to do as they pleased because he wasn't strong enough to expel all of them. However, the region he was in had always been at war with the devil race. If it was any other time, Zichen wouldn't care about this matter at all. This was because he didn't have the ability to do so. Right now, even his survival was a problem. How could he worry about the matters of the world overlords? However, now that he was facing the silver-armored man, there was only one path he could take. That was to kill. If he didn't die, then the one who would die would definitely be Zichen. In terms of righteousness, he was fighting for the people of the Zhan Wu continent. However, from the looks of it, Zichen was also fighting for himself. The silver-armored man didn't attack immediately because he knew it would be useless. He could only wait for these ants to make their move. The others clearly didn't want to fight for the human race either. However, they all wanted to live. Thus their battle intent soared. "What should I do?" asked Zichen after taking a deep breath. "They will use their deaths as the price to temporarily seal my realm. I will temporarily be at the peak of the corporeal realm. This is the time you have to kill me. If I am still alive after this time, then you will all die." This time, the silver-armored man spoke for him. "You'll all die." Zichen looked at the 5 of them in confusion. "The 2 of us were already dead long ago." Chen Wei laughed self-deprecatingly. The black-robed beast tamer laughed. "As for the rest of us, we're already living a life worse than death. If we can kill a non-human kind before we die, then it will be worth it." At this moment, the 5 of them were deeply moved. They felt a sense of selfless righteousness from the 5 experts. This sense of sacrifice and dedication infected Zichen. He solemnly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely fight to the death." The atmosphere was very melancholic, but only the silver-armored man was laughing. He was gambling, and so were the others. However, he could use the battle to determine the odds of victory. Unfortunately, these people would die in the next moment. He could only bet on others. The black-robed man's laughter broke the melancholy atmosphere. He said, "Didn't you take a fancy to my inheritance? If you win this battle, then the inheritance is yours. If you lose, then pretend I didn't say anything." The first expert was Shanling. He also said to Manshur, "Hey, little guy, I also have some inheritance that I can leave to you." "Thank you." Manshur's eyes actually turned red. "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Zichen. If he can't lead you to victory, then not only will you not obtain anything, you will also die a horrible death," said Shanling. The second expert said, "I don't have anything good to leave you, but there are some good things in my world. I hope you can survive and take them away." The 3 of them were very open-minded. They had completely seen through life and death. Then, the 3 of them looked at the other 2 experts. They looked at Zichen and the others with complicated expressions. Finally, their eyes fell on Zichen. They didn't say anything, but they gave Zichen a lot of pressure, because this was trust that they would sacrifice themselves for. The 5 of them completely let go of their minds. Outside the colorful space, the void began to tremble. Then, 5 colorful spaces appeared. These were their domain spaces. At this moment, they needed to use their domain spaces to suppress the silver-armored man. "I'll go first," Chen Wei shouted. His body exploded with a bang. The remnants of his soul, remembrance, merged with his own world and pressed against the colorful, light barrier. Shangguan Yinhong glanced at Shangguan Hong. His soul remembrance also exploded and merged with his own world. He approached the colorful light barrier from a second direction. "Ha!" Shan Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was very hearty. Then his body exploded, and his soul merged with his own world. The powerful Shanling, an amazing expert, died just like that. Zichen, we're counting on you. The second expert died. Finally, the black-robed man was left. He laughed lightly and said, "I didn't expect to be the last to die." After saying that, his body also exploded. The 5 domains stuck close to the colorful light barrier from 5 directions. It was just like the first illusion they saw when they first entered. In their domain spaces, a few withered void trees could be seen. At this moment, their domain spaces suddenly erupted with a powerful force. This force passed through the light barrier and landed on the silver-armored man. "Humph, do you think you can trap me just because you're dead?" The silver-armored man sneered. Then he released a powerful aura. This powerful aura formed a silver light shield on the surface of his body. On the surface of the light shield were extremely profound array patterns. These array patterns seemed to be a kind of array formation that directly protected the silver-armored man and blocked the sealing power released by the 5 domain realm experts after their deaths. Haha. The silver-armored man laughed proudly. Zi-Chin and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect that the 5 of them wouldn't be able to suppress the silver-armored man even after their deaths. If they really couldn't seal the silver-armored man, the result of this battle was obvious. What should we do? The others panicked. If they waited until the 5 forces disappeared, only death would await them. However, even if they attacked now, the 5 forces couldn't break the light barrier. Naturally, they couldn't break it. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 explosions sounded beside them. The saber and shield combination had exploded. The scale shield flamed full in the shield charged towards the silver-armored man. The blade golden-eyed beast also turned into a sharp saber and stabbed forward. The shield hit the light barrier, causing it to tremble. Then, the saber stabbed the light barrier and instantly broke it. Pooh! The saber stabbed into the silver-armored man's body. The scale shield flamed full, also charged in. Then, the 5 remaining forces from the domains entered the silver-armored man's body. Ah! Chapter 1301. Zi-Chin and the others had worried for nothing. The aura around the silver-armored man began to plummet. But now everyone was dead. Even saber and shield were dead. "Ah! You planned this all along," the silver-armored man roared. This time he was sealed, so the odds were 50-50. Who was lucky and who was unlucky depended on who was alive. The silver-armored man's aura was still powerful, but it was within an acceptable range. Time was limited. Zi-Chen's aura surged as he roared, "Go!" With that, he wielded his long sword and mobilized the golden-eyed beast's soul consciousness to attack the silver-armored man. "Even if you are at the peak of the corporeal realm, I can still kill you." The silver-armored man sneered. Light flashed in his hand, and the so-called dragon spike appeared. He clashed with Zi-Chen with the dragon spike in his hand. Boom! Waves of energy began to surge, and the two were both forced back by the powerful force. Die! Man sure followed closely. Like a giant, he punched at the silver-armored man. This punch went straight for the man's head. Bang! The silver-armored man dodged at the critical moment, but the punch still sent him flying. Swoosh! A beam of light carrying the aura of death shot towards the silver-armored man. The beam of light landed on the silver armor and instantly corroded a small hole. The silver-armored man screamed in pain. A green light entered the silver-armored man's body through the small hole. Then a small sapling appeared in the small hole and began to grow. Roar! The beasts roared. More than a dozen beasts charged at the silver-armored man, then surrounded him and beat him up. Screams and cries of pain rang out. The silver-armored man was badly beaten. The 5 of them were all extremely powerful. Each of them could fight above their level. With the 5 of them working together, the silver-armored man was immediately suppressed. "Let me!" Man sure shouted as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the ground would tremble as if there was an earthquake. Seeing this, the beasts immediately moved aside. Man sure kicked the silver-armored man in the chest. The latter was sent flying with a single kick. However, He quickly sensed danger coming from behind him. Before he could use the dragon's spike to defend himself, a blade had already descended upon him. The blade sliced through the armor on his back, slicing through his skin. Then Zichen felt that the blade, golden-eyed beast in the silver-armored man's body seemed to be awakening, giving him a heavy blow. The silver-armored man fell to the ground, and everyone's attacks came again. Their attacks were very powerful, causing the silver-armored man to cry out in pain. The screams continued. Everyone suddenly felt that this guy was not that big of a deal. Disdain appeared on their faces. But the screams slowly turned into sneers, and then into laughter. Everyone felt that something was amiss, and looked at the silver-armored man again. The next moment, the dragon's spike emitted a resplendent light, and then drew a circle around the silver-armored man. All the beasts were within the circle's range, and their bodies were directly cut in half, dying just like that. The silver-armored man reappeared with a sinister smile on his face. There was not a single wound on his body. He looked at the 5 people and said disdainfully, "I just wanted to tease you and see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Now it seems that you're just SOO." The 5 people's expressions became extremely solemn. "Now die." The silver-armored man sneered, and 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Zichen was too familiar with cold lightning, so he roared and took a step forward. The power of the incantation began to spread. A tall demonic shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow held the blade of incantation and slashed at the cold lightning. This is the incantation of the bald donkey. The silver-armored man was very surprised. Then he saw the power of the incantation break his 2 bolts of lightning. With this slash, the whole world began to shake as if it was about to collapse. Then everyone felt that their bodies were out of control, as if they were about to fly. Zichen's eyes were completely white. It was as if he had fallen into a void somewhere. He could not see anyone. Where is this place? Zichen was clearly very puzzled by this. Clang! Just as Zichen's heart was filled with confusion, a loud voice reverberated from his sea of consciousness. Zichen instantly woke up. He knew that he had been tricked again. It was Cauldron's spirit who had awakened him. Without saying a word, he began to recite the mantra. The power of the mantra could break through illusions. This power rippled in all directions, and all illusions disappeared when the power of the mantra passed through. Zichen's eyes regained their clarity, and the others followed suit. At this moment, the silver-armored man was rushing towards them with the dragon's spike in his hand. When he saw that their eyes were clear, he was very surprised. Swoosh! Zichen flapped his lightning wings and leaped into the air, slashing down with his blade. The silver-armored man used the dragon's spike to quickly stab in. Zichen's defense was completely useless in front of him. This stab directly opened up a spatial passage and then stabbed towards Zichen's heart. Just like before, Zichen did not dodge this stab. His target was his opponent's head. PFFF. The dragon's spike pierced Zichen's heart and broke through his defense. At the same time, Zichen's blade slashed across the silver-armored man's neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. At this critical moment, the silver-armored man retreated. He did not choose to risk his life. Unlike his doppelganger, he could not regrow his head after it was severed. Damn it! Another illusory formation. Wu Xia and the others finally came to their senses. They once again launched their attacks, forcing the silver-armored man to retreat again and again. To be able to break through my illusory formation so quickly, it seems that you are indeed quite extraordinary. The silver-armored man looked at Zichen and sneered, but this is as far as you go. Zichen suddenly felt that something was amiss. Immediately after, he felt as though all the energy in his body had been sucked out. Zichen, what happened to you? The others were shocked to see Zichen collapse. He's going to die. He was hit by my special attack. My power is corroding him. The silver-armored man was as confident as his doppelganger. Unfortunately, his doppelganger did not pass on the information to him before he died. Zi Chen staggered to his feet and shook his head. "I'm fine. You guys be careful. Don't let him get close to you." Everyone nodded. The battle began again. The silver-armored man shook his head in disdain and said, "Forget it. There's no point in wasting time with you guys. Let's end it here." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes became extremely cold. The dragon spike in his hand let out a dragon's roar. Manshur was the first to arrive. However, before his attack could land on the silver-armored man, the silver-armored man's figure flashed and appeared beside Manshur. The dragon spike in his hand slashed down like a blade. The silver-armored man's sudden speed was many times faster than Zichen's. Manshur could not dodge at all. At the critical moment, he could only raise his arm to block. Pfff. The dragon spike slashed down. Manshur's arm was directly chopped off. At the same time, Manshur retreated and dodged the fatal attack. Wu Xie's death beam arrived. The silver-armored man turned around and threw the dragon spike in his hand. The dragon spike followed the beam and pierced Wu Xie's forehead. Then, a destructive power exploded. Wu Xie's body exploded. The dragon spike flew back again. Then, the silver-armored man rushed toward Shang Guanhong. A green light shield appeared around Shang Guanhong. A wooden sword appeared in her hand. She slashed at the silver-armored man. Bang! The wooden sword exploded when it collided with the dragon spike. Then the dragon spike's body shook. A wave of power spread out and extinguished the green energy from the shattered wooden sword. The dragon spike stabbed forward. It broke through Shang Guanhong's defense and pierced her heart. Bang! However, before this wave of power could destroy Shang Guanhong's body, Zichen used his body as a means of attack. His whole body crashed toward the silver-armored man. This collision directly sent him flying, but Shang Guanhong also fell because of it. In a short while, Zichen's side had lost 3 people. Although the 3 of them did not die, they were severely injured. This was the pure suppression of the plane. After the silver-armored man flew backward, he turned in the air and rushed toward Dongqing again. The shield armor beast stood in front of Dongqing and turned into a shield. Pfff. The dragon spike pierced through the shield and then into Dongqing's body. The shield armor beast died. Dongqing also fell. In a short while, all 5 of them were severely injured. The silver-armored man stopped attacking. He stood in the distance and looked at the 5 of them mockingly. He said if they were still alive, they would definitely die of anger after seeing this. I don't know what you did to make them choose to gamble with their lives, but now it seems that you are really too weak. The power in Zi Chen's body was gradually dispersed. He held his sword again and looked coldly at the silver-armored man. "Oh, you are quite extraordinary. I think they mainly bet on you, but you are too weak. Your real plane is only the emptiness realm. Too weak, too weak." The silver-armored man shook his head. "It doesn't matter if I am weak or not. As long as I am alive, the battle is not over," Zichen said indifferently. "Interesting. Then you are here to die." As he spoke, the silver-armored man rushed toward Zichen. Zichen's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was much faster than his. He could only hold his sword and slash forward. However, in front of absolute speed, the silver-armored man successfully dodged the slash. Then the dragon spike in his hand stabbed toward Su Ping's body. Pfff. Zi Chen's heart was pierced by the dragon spike. At this moment, the silver-armored man's sword was still in midair. Zi Chen saw the silver-armored man's cold smile. Then, a terrifying power exploded from his body. This power tried to shatter Zi Chen's body, but it didn't succeed. When Zi Chen slashed with his sword, the silver-armored man pulled out the dragon spike. The moment the long sword fell, the silver-armored man calmly dodged it. This was the terrifying power of speed. Zichen used to be able to crush anyone with his speed. But today, Zichen was suppressed by someone with speed. You have brought me a lot of surprises. I am worried about you, so I will kill you first. The silver-armored man smiled coldly at Zichen. Then he approached Zichen again. This time, the dragon spike in his hand pierced toward Zichen's forehead. This was the weakness of all humans. In front of absolute speed, Zichen couldn't dodge this attack at all. Chapter 1302. Zichen was so close to death. He felt that he was only one step away from death. But he didn't despair. He tried to fight back and dodge. But the opponent was faster than him. Zichen couldn't dodge. So Zichen slashed out. He didn't want to let the silver-armored man have an easy time even when he was about to die. Obviously, Zichen didn't think he would survive. No, there was already a mournful cry. Roar. Suddenly, a high-pitched eagle cry sounded. The storm eagle suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Zichen. Puff! The dragon's spike pierced the storm eagle's body. The destructive power was injected into its body. Zichen was stunned. The silver-armored man was also stunned. The storm eagle turned around and looked at Zichen. There seemed to be a smile in its sharp eagle eyes. This expression of turning around only froze for a moment. The next moment it exploded. The storm eagle didn't have an immortal body. Once it exploded, it would die. Fresh blood splattered all over Zichen's body. The blood was boiling hot, but when it landed on Zichen's body, he felt cold. The storm eagle was dead. At the critical moment, it blocked an attack for him and saved his life. The others were also stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect this scene. Interesting. It protected its master. The silver-armored man sneered. The storm eagle exploded in front of him. Zichen was covered in blood. At this moment, he felt a little dizzy. He couldn't imagine that it was the storm eagle that saved him. Thinking back, the two of them had a life-and-death battle, but in the end they became friends. Zichen didn't expect the storm eagle to save him at this moment. He thought back to the time when he was with the storm eagle. When they were being hunted, the storm eagle saved him time and time again. He always thought that he was very good to the storm eagle. But thinking back, it seemed that the storm eagle was always saving him. At this moment, seeing the storm eagle die, the impact of this moment was no less than the death of his confidant. It was no less than the death of the devil ape, the monk, and other brothers. It was a great impact on Zichen. The impact caused Zichen's mind to go blank, causing him to lose all reason. There was no blood in his eyes, but at this moment his eyes had turned red. This was the madness of losing his mind. Zichen turned around and looked at the four of them. At this moment, the four of them were severely injured and had absolutely no strength to continue fighting. Of course, his injuries were not light either. Zichen, what's wrong with you? Shang Guanhong asked, her voice filled with fear. This was because the current Zichen was indeed frightening. He was much scarier than the silver-armored man without any bloodstains on his body. Zichen didn't say anything. He still had a little bit of rationality left in him. He looked back at the silver-armored man and said coldly, "Let's fight to the death." With that, the real space behind Zichen turned into a virtual space and he walked in. The silver-armored man was slightly startled, but he quickly sneered and followed in. The silver-armored man entered Zichen's illusory space. Following that, the space closed completely. Zichen. The four of them all shouted. Shang Guanhong and Dongqing even cried bitterly. It was obvious that Zichen had gone to face the silver-armored man alone. He had brought him into his own world. He had no intention of living. In Zichen's illusory space, the silver-armored man discovered many kinds of laws. He was very surprised, but also very disdainful. "What? You want to use this illusory space to kill me? Although I admit that this place is extraordinary, You should know that many realms couldn't kill me." Zi Chen didn't answer because the last bit of rationality he had left had been lost due to the closing of this world. He completely let go of his mind, and then he connected with the entire space. The energy of the entire space became chaotic, and the ribbons of laws in the void also trembled. "You want to shatter this world, but it's useless. You can't kill me." The silver-armored man was still sneering. Zi Chen didn't answer. The space around him started to tremble violently, and then a surge of power started to surge. Amidst the tremors, the world collapsed. As expected, the world collapsed. The silver-armored man, who was sneering, suddenly couldn't laugh anymore because Zi Chen, who had collapsed the world, didn't die. Instead, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Originally, his true realm was only the peak of the middle stage of the virtual realm, but the moment the world collapsed, he broke through. He successfully entered the late stage of the virtual realm and advanced. Zi Chen, who had advanced, had an endless amount of power in his body. Then, with red eyes, he charged towards the silver-armored man. Boom! Zi Chen, who had advanced, became faster. With the help of his own world, he actually caught up with the silver-armored man's speed. The two of them collided, causing energy to tremble and accelerating the collapse of this world. Rumble! This world was collapsing. When it had first expanded, this world had absorbed a total of 10 billion resources. Now that it was collapsing, the energy formed by these resources also started to collapse. These energies first rushed towards Zi Chen, wanting to burst Zi Chen's body. However, Zi Chen was fighting at this moment and needed a huge amount of energy. Therefore, this energy was just right for him to use in battle. Therefore, Zi Chen, who had endless energy, used all his strength in every attack. He didn't care about the energy consumption. Boom! The tremors continued, and the two of them collided again. The silver-armored man, who had just retreated, rushed forward again. Then he charged toward Zi Chen. The dragon spike in his hand once again ignored the defense and pierced Zi Chen's heart. However, this time, before these energies could explode, a destructive force rushed out from Zi Chen's body. This force directly destroyed the power on the dragon spike, causing this force to be unable to wreak havoc in Zi Chen's body. Zi Chen took this opportunity to slash out with his saber. Puff! The full force slashed on the silver-armored man's body. It directly cut through his defensive armor and hit his body. The silver-armored man screamed and retreated. Then, Zi Chen rushed forward with his saber. At this moment, Zi Chen's eyes were red. He had completely lost his mind and didn't know what had happened. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the person in front of him, regardless of the cost. Therefore, he slashed out again and again, using one powerful attack after another. The silver-armored man, who could still fight back at first, had fewer and fewer ways to fight back under Zi Chen's attacks. Moreover, the wounds on his body gradually increased. The main reason for this was that Zi Chen's every slash was stronger than the previous one. This was because Zi Chen's realm was increasing as this world collapsed. At this moment, the silver-armored man faintly guessed something. His expression became extremely ugly, and he secretly cursed himself for being careless. Zi Chen's world was very special. It was almost impossible to completely transform it into a corporeal realm. However, after the world collapsed, it became more realistic. This was because after the world collapsed, there was still a pure energy left. This energy would gather together and form a new space. Once this space was formed, it would be Zi Chen's corporeal realm. In fact, Zi Chen had long foreseen that his corporeal realm would grow from 1 meter to 3 meters. However, Zi Chen had always been caught in a misunderstanding of common sense and neglected this point. It wasn't until he chatted with Shangguan Hong that he vaguely grasped the method to advance. Today's battle had directly caused Zi Chen to lose his mind. The crazy Zi Chen had also used his own life to start another gamble. It had to be said that Zi Chen had made the right bet. He had successfully broken through, and his realm was constantly increasing. Every extra bit of energy in his body would increase Zi Chen's strength. This kind of increase was without limit, without restraint, and without end. It seemed that it would continue until the moment of success. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Zi Chen's strength increased, and with the addition of the lightning wings, his combat strength was also constantly increasing. Gradually, the silver-armored man felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and more wounds appeared on his body. If this continued, only death would await him. Thus he cursed inwardly, damn it. A loud dragon's roar resounded in Zi Chen's world. Then the silver-armored man shook his body and transformed into a silver dragon. This was a big guy that was 10 times larger than the previous illusory dragon. It looked ferocious and mighty. The moment he transformed into a silver dragon, he sent Zi Chen flying. This attack broke many of Zi Chen's ribs, but there was no lack of vitality in the surging energy in his body. Zi Chen's injuries were almost instantly healed. Then he jumped towards the silver dragon and viciously slashed down with his long blade. As if motivated, even the blade, golden-eyed beast's attacks became extremely sharp. However, the silver-armored man, who had transformed into his true form, was also many times stronger. Just as Zi Chen rushed over, he sent Zi Chen flying with a claw. Actually, his original intention was to crush Zi Chen with one claw. However, there was an endless stream of energy rushing out of Zi Chen's body. The more energy he used, the stronger the rebound force would be. Moreover, this force made his dragon claw hurt. He had no choice but to send Zi Chen flying. Zi Chen was coughing up blood. He looked very miserable, but he was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. After coughing up blood, he became full of energy and rushed forward again. However, the difference in cultivation level made it impossible for him to cause any damage to the silver dragon. Moreover, he was sent flying again and again. It seemed that the silver dragon had the upper hand, but the silver dragon wasn't happy at all. This was because Zi Chen's strength was still increasing, and there was no sign of him stopping. Now he was almost at the peak of the emptiness realm. At this moment, he had undoubtedly become Zi Chen's sparring partner, accompanying him in his consumption. However, this kind of consumption was beneficial to Zi Chen, but not to him. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't rush out of this place. The sturdiness of Zi Chen's world was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, the entire world's energy was rioting, and he couldn't rush out at all. As for his own world, it was suppressed by the others before they died, and he couldn't enter. Just like this, in the collision, Zi Chen was sent flying again and again, but his vitality became more and more abundant. Finally, the thing that the silver dragon was most worried about happened. After Zi Chen's world completely collapsed, an extremely pure place was left behind. His strength had also increased to the peak of the emptiness realm. However, Zi Chen didn't maintain this realm for long. His aura became stronger. Chapter 1303. Zi Chen had once again risked his life to block danger for the 4 of them. Along the way, Zi Chen had not only taken on the role of commander, but also the role of the ultimate killer. He had saved everyone from danger many times. At the last moment, the scene of the Storm Eagle protecting Zi Chen still replayed in Dongqing's mind. She naturally knew that Zi Chen was not a beast tamer, and she also knew how he had met the Storm Eagle. She recalled Zi Chen's words and vaguely understood what it meant to be on the same side. Beasts were not like humans. Their minds were not as complicated. As long as you treated them sincerely, you would be able to obtain their sincerity. And Zi Chen's resolute decision to leave with the silver-armored man at the last moment was a huge blow to their hearts. Along the way, they had fought side by side and could barely be considered friends. But if they were in his shoes, They asked themselves if they would have done the same. At this moment, their understanding of life was turned upside down. They suddenly felt that the things they had always followed were not right. In this world, there were other things besides benefits. For example, Zichen had shown them some strange things. It was these things that had deeply shocked them. There was also the death of 5 experts. What kind of spirit was this to make them give up their lives and place their hopes on others? The colorful space still existed. The 5 realms outside were still in a suppressed state. An old voice suddenly rang out in this world. This battle does not matter. You have completed your mission. You may leave now. As he spoke, a gap opened in the colorful light barrier, indicating that the 5 of them could leave. Where's Zichen? Shang Guanhong asked the void. He should still be fighting. We don't know if he's dead or alive. The old voice rang out again. The 4 of them retreated, but they did not leave. They did not go to the 4 realms, but instead chose to wait for Zichen's return. Suddenly, waves of energy rippled from all around them. Then, one light after another began to flash. The people outside had finally arrived. This is a realm. There are realms here. 5 realms, my friends. Let's go. There must be treasures inside. Hurry up and charge. After the doppelganger was killed, the other doppelganger died as well. The instant it died, it threw out the rest of the map. Following the map, they finally arrived at this place. When they saw the 5 realms, their eyes lit up and they charged toward them. After a short rest, Wu Xie and the other 3's injuries were suppressed. When they saw the cultivators charging at them at high speed and saw the greed on their faces, they felt very sad. Who knew that just now, 5 domain realm experts had chosen to die in order to kill a person who was a threat to the war martial continent? Who knew that Zichen was currently fighting against the alien race? No one knew whether he was dead or alive. They came here only to see benefits. Their hearts were only filled with greed. Could it be that they didn't think about why they didn't encounter any danger on their way here? They are sad, they are angry, and they decide to kill. Unexpectedly, the 4 of them had the same thought. They all wanted to kill, so they turned around and jumped into the 4 realms. The first cultivator charged in and charged into Wu Xie's realm. Wu Xie's vertical pupil opened and a beam of death shot out. Boom! The first late-stage corporeal realm expert exploded with complacent laughter. He died with a single blow. Die! Manstone transformed into a giant and punched out, blowing up a late-stage corporeal realm expert. As specially recruited existences of Hunter's Castle, they had extraordinary skills. However, they'd only encountered special existences along the way, so they'd been suppressed and unable to display their full strength. At that moment, when they faced ordinary cultivators, they were naturally able to slaughter them as they pleased. Shang Guanhong stood in the middle of the realm. Behind her, a dozen or so green ancient trees of life appeared. They exploded in an instant, and a vast amount of life force poured into her body. The next moment, she pointed with one hand and a dozen or so beams of green light shot forward. Every beam hit a corporeal realm expert. More than a dozen of them were hit. Then their expressions froze, and their bodies transformed into tree trunks. One after another, ancient trees grew into the sky. As for Dongqing's side, she still had a lot of beasts, so her method of dealing with the enemy was to continuously release her beasts. In the blink of an eye, the deathly still realm was filled with the aura of life. War beasts danced wildly, wreaking havoc as they slaughtered. The 4 of them guarded the 4 realms, not allowing anyone to set foot in. Mournful screams echoed through the realm. It's them. Some of the people who rushed over recognized the 4 realms. They were the core members of Hunter's Castle. What do we do? A late-stage hunter looked at Wade. Because of his relationship with Zichen, Wade's status in Hunter's castle had risen along with Zichen's. This time he was the leader of the group. "What do you mean, what do we do? We can't enter the realms. So of course we have to help our own people." Just as they were speaking, Wade led his men and charged in. Of course, to avoid accidental deaths. Wade took out his hunter's token when he entered. This was an internal token. It was different from an ordinary token, and the internal hunters could tell. After entering, the hunters shouted and attacked the others. Although the 4 of them were strong, they were all injured. It was difficult for them to face so many cultivators. However, with the help of the internal hunters of Hunter's Castle, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. What should we do? Blackie followed Wang Jun here. "I only know her. She was with Zichin. Let's go help her," Wang Jun said after thinking for a moment. The chaotic battle continued, and the killing was fierce. In the end, the external forces chose to retreat. Hunter's Castle was too strong, and there was nothing good in this realm. Of course, they gave up. Are they crazy? There's nothing good here, but they're still attacking with all their might. The others were astonished. The battle stopped and everyone retreated. Wu Xie and the others began to heal their injuries. However, in their own spaces, there were a few void trees that were about to wither. They didn't collect them on purpose. They were given to them by the remnant souls that merged with this world. As for the 5th world, the battle had already ended. Because there was nothing valuable there, the others couldn't understand the actions of the 4. However, as they healed, a piece of news spread. This wasn't a treasure land, but a sealed land. A powerful demon was sealed here. Their friends, as well as some other experts, had died here in order to kill the demons. This was a conspiracy in itself. Everyone thought carefully. There was no danger along the way. Was there such a treasure land in the world? The answer was no. As a result, some people began to curse angrily. Some people felt that it was not worth it for the dead cultivators. Zichin is dead. After hearing the news, Wang Jun naturally guessed who their so-called friends were. After seeing the 4 of them, Wang Jun also understood why he couldn't see Zichin in Hunter's Castle. However, he couldn't accept this result. Similarly, Zhou Chong also couldn't accept this result. He couldn't believe that the map he worked so hard to obtain was actually a conspiracy. In disbelief, he focused his attention on the 4 people again. He felt that the 4 of them must have obtained something. However, at this moment, the 4 of them were protected by a group of cultivators. It was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens to make any movements here. The 4 of them could kill a late-stage cultivator in an instant when they were injured. Wouldn't they be even stronger once their injuries healed? Damn it! Why do we always meet these freaks? Zhou Chong cursed in his heart, but he was powerless. While the 4 of them were healing, they chose to wait. At the same time, under Wu Xie's signal, several people left to find a place where they could send messages to Hunter's Castle. As for whether Zichin was alive or dead, the life plate in Hunter's Castle would record it. Zichen's infinite void world completely collapsed. The super strong power that was released was completely consumed by the silver dragon. The entire world was left with the purest power. This power became a physical space. It was also at this moment that the space stopped being violent and returned to normal. Zichen's body released a powerful aura. This was the aura of the corporeal realm. At this moment, he truly became a corporeal realm cultivator. The silver dragon looked at Zichin in front of him in disbelief. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a person could break through 2 realms in such a short time. Moreover, one of them was a corporeal realm cultivator. At this moment, he was still in the space where Zichin was, but he was in the void. It was obvious that to expand the corporeal realm space, he still needed an endless amount of energy. The continuous impact of the power washed away Zichen's anger and madness. His rationality returned, and the bloodthirsty red light in his eyes dissipated. He still held the long saber in his hand, but the saber was already full of holes, and there were many cracks on it. The blade, golden-eyed beast soul, had also fallen into a deep sleep. Zi-chan recalled everything that had just happened. His face was expressionless, but he secretly rejoiced. He had found the right path and made the right bet, but the black eagle was dead. Let's fight. He put away the long saber and took out a spear. The body of the spear was silver, and there was a dragon engraved on it, releasing the might of a dragon. This was the dragon soul spear that hadn't appeared in a long time. At this moment, Zi-chan decided to slay a dragon, so he had to use the dragon soul spear. A resounding dragon roar came from the dragon soul spear. Immediately after, a lightning dragon rushed out, excitedly rushing towards the silver dragon. Zi-chen's strength had increased, and at this moment his combat strength had increased by hundreds of times. The following battle was destined to be a complete defeat for the silver dragon. Chapter 1304. Although the heavenly Thunderwings didn't send Zi-chen to the domain realm, it greatly increased his combat strength and speed. Zi-chen's every attack could break through the silver dragon's defense. Coupled with the boost from his own world, the silver dragon was no match for him. Screams rang out continuously in this world. Zi-chen was like a dragon slayer, slaying dragons with his dragon spear. Uft! The silver dragon's body was pierced through. It screamed in pain and swung its tail at Zi-chen. Zi-chen snorted coldly and swung his dragon spear down. With a boom, the dragon's tail was almost shattered by Zi-chen. At this moment, Zi-chen barely touched the late corporeal realm with the help of the heavenly Thunderwings. The two of them were now at the same level. Zi-chen had never feared anyone at the same level. At this moment, he had completely defeated someone at the same level. More and more wounds appeared on the silver dragon's body. Roar! He let out a roar as he attempted to retaliate. However, his originally extremely powerful attack had lost its effect in front of the completely transformed Zi-chen. Whether it was combat strength or speed, it was inferior to Zi-chen. Finally, Zi-chen's dragon spear stabbed the silver dragon's head. The silver dragon began to struggle and scream. The thunder dragon soul in the dragon spear rushed into the silver dragon's body. The two dragon souls began to fight fiercely, each wanting to devour the other. Zi-chen stood in the distance, quietly watching the silver dragon in front of him. Today could be said to be extremely dangerous. In the void, there seemed to be a faint sound of relief. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the silver dragon's body. This was the aura of the domain realm. Zi-chen's expression changed. It's over. The seal that the powerhouses had set up with their lives was broken. He didn't care about the battle between the two dragons. He quickly rushed up and slashed at the silver dragon's head. Boom! A terrifying energy suddenly swept out, and a new world appeared in front of Zi-chen. This was a realm that belonged to the silver dragon. The seal was broken, and his strength returned. He forcefully opened up a world that belonged to him. Zi-chen's entire body was swallowed up by the domain, and as soon as he entered the world, the surging energy fluctuations caused Zi-chen to lose consciousness. A second before he fainted, Zi-chen seemed to hear a dragon's roar of death, but he didn't know if it came from the thunder dragon or the silver dragon. In the outside world, the multicolored light barrier exploded with a loud bang. The four people who were healing opened their eyes at the same time. In that instant, Dongqing's eyes were moist. Man-Shur also stood there in a daze, not saying a word. It was because something had suddenly appeared in their minds. It was some sort of inheritance. Obtaining the inheritance proved that the silver dragon was already dead. But what about Zi-chen? The silver dragon was dead, so shouldn't Zi-chen appear? Why wasn't Zi-chen here yet? Vaguely, everyone guessed something. Wu Xie and Man-Shur both sighed. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong cried. Everything was over. It was time for them to leave. Zi-chen might not be able to come back. Bang! Bang! The 5 worlds they were in also began to collapse. The aura of destruction shook the world. Everyone's expression changed, and they all fled. When a realm collapsed, a large number of realm fragments would appear. These were high-quality energy crystals that were much stronger than ordinary law fragments. Any one of these crystals would be worth 100 million gold coins. Everyone was fleeing, but the 4 of them were completely unscathed. A mysterious power seemed to be supporting them, and the shattered fragments of realms were flying towards them. These were the last things these experts left behind after they died. However, they had also been trapped for 70,000 years. There wasn't much energy left in the domain fragments, so there weren't many domain fragments left. Looking at the domain fragments floating in the sky, their hearts were filled with sorrow. They wanted to cry out loud. 5 experts had fallen. Zi Chen was probably dead as well. They had once been incomparably powerful and glorious, but no one knew that they had died here, and no one knew that they had died for the sake of exterminating the outsiders. They were heroes, but they were nameless heroes. No one would remember them. Everyone left, including Shang Guanhong and the others. They left in a hurry. They needed to confirm Zi Chen's fate. Zi Chen was in a silver world. The final energy shock was so terrifying that it directly knocked him out. Not far from Zi Chen, the silver dragon had fallen to the ground. Its entire body was in a solidified state, and there was no sign of life on it. Zi Chen held the dragon's spear and the black blade tightly in his hand. Both of them had dimmed. The thunder dragon had finally devoured the injured silver dragon and fallen into a deep slumber, undergoing another transformation. As for the black blade, it had fallen into a deep slumber due to its severe injuries. After an unknown amount of time, Zi Chen's consciousness returned to his sea of consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he muttered as he looked around at the unfamiliar environment. "This is the illusion dragon's domain space." A cool breeze blew, and a figure appeared. It was the beast tamer from before, the black-robed man. "Senior, why are you here?" Zi Chen looked at the other party in surprise. "I was waiting for you to wake up. At the same time, I used the last of my strength to maintain this domain space for you." The black-robed man smiled. "Where are the others?" Zi Chen asked. "Are you asking about your friends, or us old fellows? If it's your friends, they're all gone. You successfully killed the illusion dragon. If it's those old fellows, they're all dead. Soon, I will also die," the black-robed man said naturally. Clearly, he had already seen through life and death. Zi Chen choked up, but he didn't know what to say. "We should have died long ago. There's nothing to be sad about. Instead, I have to thank you. I didn't expect the illusion dragon to be so unlucky. The first time he brought someone here, he ran into you. All right, I don't have much time left, and I can't maintain this domain space for long. You should quickly collect your things," the black-robed man said. "Collect what?" Zi Chen asked. "Of course, it's the things in the illusion dragon world. At the last moment, we deliberately gave up on the seal so that he could escape to his own domain space. Otherwise, where else could you go to get your harvest?" The black-robed man said with a smile. Zi Chen looked around. The first thing he saw were the void trees. There were dozens of them, but almost all of them were withered. "You came too late. If you had come a bit earlier, you could have gotten more void trees, and all of them are good ones." The black-robed man said, "But your luck is not bad. There are still 2 void trees here that can be used. However, their effects are a bit weaker and will need to slowly recover. It's just right for the current you." Sure enough, Zi Chen found 2 void trees emitting green light and life auras among the withered ones. At this moment, the seal had disappeared, and the 2 void trees began to work normally. They slowly dug their roots into the void. Zi Chen walked towards the void trees. Currently, his reality space was less than a meter wide. It was already difficult to fit 1 void tree, let alone 2. But it didn't matter. Qin still had the purple gold gourd. He took out the purple gold gourd and stored all the void trees inside. In fact, the void trees were the illusory dragon world's greatest wealth. Other than that, there were naturally other things. For example, Mirage Dragon's corpse. When Qin met him, he was a genuine domain realm expert. Moreover, he might have been a realm lord in the past. His corpse was also a priceless treasure. After he died, all the seals disappeared, and his corpse was in a solidified state. The scales on his body became extremely hard, and ordinary people couldn't break through his defense. In addition to the corpse, the black-robed man also brought over a long sword. It was the dragon stab that Mirage Dragon used. When the dragon stab collided with the black blade, it almost destroyed the black blade. However, the dragon stab didn't suffer any damage. Moreover, the dragon stab's ability to ignore any defense made Qin suffer a lot. The other valuable things have been used up in the seals over the years. However, there is a token here that belongs to Mirage Dragon. It should be related to the alien world. Take it. The black-robed man gave Qin a silver token. This token emitted a bright light like a Xingqin. Qin couldn't see through this light and see what words were inside. Qin looked at the black-robed man. The latter smiled and said, "Don't look at me. I can't see what's inside either. The alien race is very powerful, and we don't know much about them." Qin nodded, and then he put away the command token. This weapon is no small matter. You shouldn't use it unless you have no other choice. Mirage Dragon's corpse is also a supreme treasure. Even domain realm experts would be jealous if they see it, so it's best not to let the world know. Your weapon and armor are also damaged. Fortunately, the 2 soldier souls from before are still here. I've already sealed them. The black-robed man gave 2 light balls to Qin. Obviously, he had taken them out of Mirage Dragon's body. I don't have much power left. This world is about to collapse. How many realm fragments will remain will depend on your luck. This is the last thing I can leave you. After the black-robed man finished speaking, his figure dimmed and then disappeared. "Senior, I still don't know your name," Qin shouted. The black-robed man waved at him and then scattered. "A name is just a code. There's no need to remember it." The black-robed man disappeared, and the entire world began to collapse. Realm fragments emerged from the collapsing world. Qin flapped his lightning wings and raised his reality realm to resist the energy impact. He collected the realm fragments around him. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. It seemed that the collapse of Mirage Dragon's realm had produced more than 2,000 fragments. This number was equivalent to 200 billion in the outside world. This was a huge number, but Qin wasn't stupid enough to exchange realm fragments for law fragments. The current him didn't lack resources at all. After killing Mirage Dragon's spirit ring had been given to Qin. The wealth inside was enough for him to break through. As the world collapsed, Qin stood in the void. There were no lightning drops of life here. This proved once again that this was a trap. Qin traveled through the void. After walking for an unknown period of time, he found a passage and walked in. After walking out of the passage, Qin found himself in a dense forest. Chapter 1305. Qin needed to familiarize himself with his current combat power as his strength broke through again and again, and his realm rose again and again. At the same time, he needed to lay a solid foundation for this realm. He did not return immediately, but decided to train in the Hengduan mountain range. Now, as long as he did not encounter a king-level beast, he would not be in danger. The death of the Gale Eagle and the fall of several powerhouses gave Qin a new understanding of this world. He had a good impression of this world, and after meeting Wang Jun and the others, he had a good impression of this world. Later on, Manshur and the others were also very cute. Even Wu Xia, whom he originally hated, found that he did not have a bad heart after interacting with him. To put it bluntly, this world was not much different from the Tianwu continent. It was just that there were more cultivators and powerhouses. Here, he could also make friends. Chen began to train. Although it was called training, it was actually to find a beast to fight and familiarize himself with his current strength. 3 days later, Chen found a battlefield. It looked like it had been left behind recently. There was a small interlude on this battlefield. When returning, Zhou Chong, who was extremely unconvinced, was preparing to do something. It just so happened that his family's domain was here. However, the people they were about to intercept were from Hunter's Castle. This time, Hunter's Castle miscalculated and was very worried about Chen's group. Not only did they send many realms, but they also mobilized several domain realm experts. When the two sides met, although they did not fight, one could imagine what the situation would be like. In this world, other than a colossus like the city army, who could do anything to Hunter's Castle. Hunter's Castle's domain realm experts only made a symbolic attack. The Zhou family immediately retreated, not daring to cross the line again. Shangguan Hong and the others did not continue to wait for Chen. Instead, they chose to speed back to Huping City. They needed to see Chen's life card with their own eyes. On the flying boat, Shangguan Mingxing appeared. He was the head of the Shangguan family, a true domain realm expert. Seeing his attitude toward Shangguan Hong, the others finally knew her identity and were a little surprised. Shangguan Hong was unhappy. No matter how Shangguan Mingxing asked, she did not speak. It was as if she was acting spoiled and sulking. Shangguan Mingxing had no choice but to ask the others. Dongqing's body was once again shrouded in a black robe. It seemed that he was not easy to get along with. Moreover, he was very reclusive as he stood far away. As for Wu Xia, although he had deliberately restrained himself in front of the Shangguan family head, he was still very evil and made people feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he went to look for Manshur, who looked simple and honest, and the latter did not disappoint him. He told him everything that had happened along the way. Not only did he not hide anything, he even told her that Shangguan Yin Hong wanted Chen to become a member of the Shangguan family. What, you've seen my ancestor? Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed. Manshur nodded and said, yes, he has been watching us all the way, testing us. Where are my ancestors? Shangguan Mingxing asked nervously. Dead, Manshur said. What, dead? How did he die? Manshur added a few more things that he didn't say just now. What? There are alien races in the universe. Shangguan Mingxing's expression changed again. Then he realized that he seemed to have found the wrong person. Manshur did look simple and honest, but he also seemed to be very silly. He said whatever came to his mind without any logic at all. Often, his words did not convey his meaning. Fortunately, after a long conversation, he finally understood everything. Dead. What surprised him was that everyone was dead, and all of this was because of a person called Chen. He had heard of this person before, but did not care. Today, however, he had to pay attention to Chen. Of course, it was not because of his battle prowess and wisdom, but because he actually had designs on his daughter. This brat dares to have designs on Hong. Shangguan Mingxing frowned. When Manshur heard this, he shook his head and explained, Senior, it's not like that. It was your ancestor who wanted Chen to enter the Shangguan family. He was the one who said it first, and as he spoke, Manshur glanced at Shangguan Hong. There were some things that he didn't say. Shangguan Mingxing was so angry that he was amused. He thought to himself, you're really stupid. Do you want me to say that my daughter wants to throw herself at Chen? When they returned, a domain expert personally steered the flying boat, so it was very fast. When they arrived outside Huping City, they found that there were already people waiting there. Apart from Lord Wu, almost all the higher-ups were there. How is it? How is Chen? Shangguan Hong asked Ling Xing anxiously as soon as they got off the boat. Ling Xing smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Zi Chen's life plate is still there. It proves that he's still alive." "Really?" Shang Guanhong was pleasantly surprised. On the other side, the other three people also looked over. "Of course. Do you think I would lie to you?" Ling Xing smiled. Shang Guanhong was still a little worried and immediately ran into the city. Obviously, he wanted to check it out personally. The other three people also heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Xie sighed and said, "This guy is really lucky." A chilling gaze shot over from the side. Dong Qing glanced at Wu Xie before also heading into the city. "Why? I didn't say anything wrong," Wu Xie muttered. "You didn't say anything wrong. Zi Chen is really lucky," Man Sure said as he scratched his head. Ling Xing and the others had come mainly because of the alien race. Soon, they returned to the castle for a meeting. The alien race was a matter of great importance, so they had to investigate it thoroughly. On the other side, Shang Guanhong heaved a huge sigh of relief when she saw that Zi Chen's life plate was indeed very bright. Then, she realized that she seemed to have been too worried about Zi Chen's life. However, when she thought about it carefully, she realized that it was Zi Chen who had saved her. Shouldn't she be worried about Zi Chen? Shang Guanhong left the hunter's castle absent-mindedly and walked back to her home. As for the other three people, they stayed in the hunter's castle. They still needed someone to report this matter in detail. Shang Guanhong had just arrived at the door when a beautiful young woman came out and hugged Shang Guanhong in her arms. It's great that you're fine." The beautiful young woman was so happy that she cried. "Mother, I'm fine," Shang Guanhong said softly. Shang Guanhong chatted with her mother all the way back to the hall. She didn't stay long and returned to her room. The attentive mother naturally noticed that her daughter was a little absent-minded. However, she didn't ask directly and waited for Shangguan Mingxing to come back. After the discussion, Shangguan Mingxing was stopped by the beautiful young woman as soon as he came back. She asked her daughter what happened. "It's nothing serious. This time it was scary but not dangerous. Moreover, the harvest is not small." Shangguan Mingxing said happily. "Impossible. Then why is your daughter so absent-minded?" the beautiful young woman asked. "This." Shangguan Mingxing was stunned. "What's wrong?" Shangguan Mingxing thought carefully. Then he used a reasonable way to explain the name Zi Chen and the meaning of this name. "So it's because you have a sweetheart. No wonder you're absent-minded. Zi Chen, how is this child? What do you know about him?" Shangguan Mingxing shook his head and said, "Zi Chen came to Huping City less than 2 years ago. I don't know much about him. However, he is now a senior hunter in the hunter's castle. Just like Hong. The first time they met was in our shop." At that time, obviously, Shangguan Mingxing had come prepared. He told the story of how Zi Chen and Shangguan Hong got to know each other. Except for a few details, he got almost everything right. "In that case, Zi Chen is not bad. Even our ancestor agreed to let him come to our house," the beautiful young woman said. Shangguan Mingxing glared at the beautiful young woman and said, "You're just a woman. You haven't even seen him. Yet you're saying he's not bad. What's there to be proud of?" Shangguan Mingxing clearly did not want to talk about this matter anymore. After returning to her room, Shangguan Hong lay on her bed. She was unable to fall asleep for a long time. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Zi Chen. She thought about everything that had happened between the two of them, especially Zi Chen's calmness when she first met him. A smile gradually appeared on her face. After an unknown period of time, she actually fell asleep sweetly. The smile on her face did not fade. In the following period of time, Shangguan Hong's expression was like the weather in summer. She was sometimes excited, sometimes nervous, sometimes smiling, and sometimes sad. Moreover, she would go to the hunter's castle every day. She needed to personally see if Zi Chen's life tablet was still intact. The beautiful young woman saw all of this. She was worried that something had happened to her daughter. Finally, one day, she specifically went to Shang Guanhong to talk about this. Is Ziqin all right? This was the first thing the beautiful young woman said. Shang Guanhong was stunned. However, when she saw her mother's gentle gaze, she actually did not know what to do. Did something happen to him? The beautiful young woman asked again. Shang Guanhong quickly shook her head and said nervously, "No, he's fine." "Then what are you worried about? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not worried or scared. It's just that. Shang Guanhong was a little incoherent. "You're just very nervous, right?" the beautiful young woman asked. Shang Guanhong nodded. She was indeed very nervous about Ziqin. "Since you're nervous about him, you must like him. Don't you have his message? Why don't you send him a message?" "I like him." "How is that possible?" Shang Guanhong was a little stunned. "Silly girl, if this is not liking him, then what is?" The beautiful young woman patted Shang Guanhong's head. Shang Guanhong lowered her head and did not speak. "Since you're worried about him, then send him a message. Let him know that you're worried about him. But where he is, the message can't be received at all." Shang Guanhong said, "You can try. How do you know if you don't try? Besides, what if he's at a place where the message can reach?" The beautiful young woman encouraged. Shang Guanhong nodded and then took out the message. She had talked to Ziqin many times. Each time, the conversation was very natural. However, this time she felt very nervous. It was as if the message weighed thousands of kilograms. "Are you okay?" Finally, she gathered her courage and sent the first message. She immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Chapter 1306. Ziqin's quick message caught Shang Guanhong off guard. She originally thought that Ziqin wouldn't receive the message at all. Soon, she became excited and said in surprise, "Mother," he replied. "Ah." The beautiful young woman was obviously startled. She only wanted to enlighten her daughter and didn't expect Ziqin to receive the message. Wasn't he trapped? "Then you can ask where he is." The beautiful young woman smiled. Obviously, she wouldn't object to her daughter's request. "Are you okay? Where are you now?" Shang Guanhong tried her best to calm down and sent another message. "No, I'm fine. How about you guys?" "I'm training in the Hengduan Mountains." Ziqin had just killed a war beast and was now resting. The war beast's corpse was still in front of him. After replying to Shang Guanhong, Ziqin sent messages to the other three. I'm fine. Soon, the three's messages came back one after another. Manshur said, "It's great that you're fine." Wu Xie said, "You're actually not dead. You're really lucky." After that, Dongqing replied. The interval was a bit long. "Thank you for this time. Where are you? Do you need help?" "No need. I'm training in the Hengduan Mountains." Ziqin said, "Training? I've almost used up all my war beasts this time. I'm also preparing to go out and catch some. There are many mutated war beasts here. They're very suitable for you. Come, I'm familiarizing myself with my current strength. Let me know when you're there." "Familiarizing yourself with your strength? You've broken through." "Yes, I've broken through 2 realms. I've finally entered the corporeal realm." Ziqin sounded very excited. On the other side, Dongqing was silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Forget it. I'll go later. I've decided to go into seclusion for a while." "That's good too." Ziqin's chat ended. On the other side, Shang Guanhong heard that Ziqin was in the Hengduan Mountains and immediately wanted to come over. As soon as the message was sent, the mother and daughter had a disagreement. Girls shouldn't be so direct about this kind of thing," the beautiful young woman said. "Is this very direct?" "But I really want to see him, even if it's just a glance," Shang Guanhong said. "Feelings are a matter between both parties. If you take the initiative, you won't be happy. You should let the boy take the initiative for this kind of thing. Moreover, you have to give him a little resistance. Only then will he know how to cherish what he has. Shang Guanhong, on the other hand, seemed very anxious. She had a feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses. She said, "But what if he doesn't want to?" "Foolish girl! Who wouldn't want to marry you in Huping City? That stupid brat from the Marshall Heaven continent? He doesn't have any background here, and he doesn't have any wealth. You're just marrying him." "How could he not agree?" laughed the woman. Shang Guanhong shook her head. He's different from others. He's very outstanding, very outstanding. Furthermore, I suspect that when he was in the Marshall Heaven continent, he definitely had a sweetheart. That's why he's on guard." The beautiful young woman stroked Shang Guanhong's hair. "Foolish girl, so what if he has a sweetheart? How many people can there be as outstanding as you in this world? Furthermore, in that small place, how could there be any outstanding girls? The Marshall Heaven continent is so big. Even if his sweetheart could reach there, the possibility of the meeting is practically zero. This world is too big. As time passes, both of them will forget about each other and then live a life that suits them." Such comforting words clearly made Shang Guanhong feel much more at ease. As for Ziqin, his mind was filled with the scene that had happened in his own world. Back then, in order to save him, Shang Guanhong had not hesitated to give him medicine through mouth. At this moment, Shang Guanhong's actions were so direct. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood what she meant. However, his heart had already been divided so many times that he really couldn't give a part of it to someone else. Thus, after hesitating for a long time, he tactfully refused. "No need. I'm very safe here. Furthermore, I've been familiarizing myself with my own strength recently." After saying that, Ziqin put away the message and threw away all distracting thoughts. He began to dissect the corpse of the war beast in front of him. He refused. After Shang Guanhong saw the message, her good mood just now disappeared. She seemed very disappointed. "He's an interesting little guy, but this is nothing. You're so outstanding, who would refuse? In my opinion, he's loosening the reins only to grasp them better." The beautiful young woman began to carefully analyze Ziqin for Shang Guanhong. Time began to pass. Ziqin was familiarizing himself with his strength. During this period, Shang Guanhong would send messages every day, but she no longer said that she would come. After arriving at Huping City, Shang Guanhong had been of great help to Ziqin. The inspiration for his breakthrough all came from her. Thus, every time she sent a message, Ziqin would reply. However, he never touched on emotional topics. Once he did, he would immediately change the topic. There were many strong people in this world, and the number of strong people who could kill him was not small. Thus, Ziqin always felt a sense of urgency in his heart and had no time to talk about emotions. Moreover, this time his gains were really too great. This kind of huge gain made Ziqin even more cautious and cautious. This was because this matter was of great importance. A single void tree could cause brothers to turn against each other. Furthermore, Ziqin had obtained 2 void trees and dozens of void trees that could be revived. It could be said that this was a fortune that even the city lord would be envious of. On this side, Ziqin was seizing the time to cultivate. On the other side, Shang Guanhong, who had fallen in love, began to worry about her gains and losses. It was as if she had lost her soul. She was no longer focused on doing things and was not in the mood to cultivate. Mother Hong saw this and was anxious. At the same time, she asked Shangguan Mingxing to think of a solution. "What can I do? Should I go and forcefully kidnap that brat?" Shangguan Mingxing said unhappily, "I think my daughter is serious this time. Why don't you go and see Ziqin? He's in the Hengduan mountain range. It's not far. Go and see his character, Mother Hong said. "I'm not going. What's so good about that brat? My daughter likes him completely. It's fine if he doesn't curry favor with her, but he actually ignores her." Shoo, keep your voice down. Mother Hong glared at Shangguan Mingxing and then said, Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll go. You go and see that brat. Yes, if you're not going, I'll go. Shangguan Mingxing was very helpless. He could only go to the Hengduan mountain range alone. He was a dignified family head, but he actually went hundreds of thousands of miles to see a young brat. It was really depressing. In front of Ziqin stood a tiger-headed demonic bear. It was only 2 meters tall, but it was the overlord of this area. It was at the peak of the spirit tier, second only to king tier battle beasts. Roar. When the tiger-headed demonic bear saw the arrival of the human, it let out a roar. At the same time, it patted its chest with both of its palms, defending its territory. Under normal circumstances, the tiger-headed demonic bear would not be so friendly when it saw a human. The reason why it did not kill him immediately was because it felt a murderous aura from the human. This was because it had killed too many battle beasts, so it would naturally leak out. Under normal circumstances, humans would not be able to sense it. Only battle beasts could sense it. The tiger-headed demonic bear was a sparring partner that Ziqin had found for a long time. Its body was not big, but its strength was enough to compete with Ziqin. Swish! Ziqin flashed forward, but he did not use his thunder wings. Roar! The tiger-headed demonic bear roared, and its fan-like palm slapped towards Ziqin's head. This attack was very fast, but Ziqin dodged even faster. After that, he flashed forward and directly threw the tiger-headed demonic bear over his shoulder. It wasn't easy to find a sparring partner, so Ziqin didn't plan on killing it immediately. He needed to temper his opponent. The human and beast began to compete in strength. The human's shout and the tiger-headed demonic bear's roar sounded in the forest. There were no other battle beasts around, so the two of them didn't need to worry about sneak attacks. Bang! As Ziqin had used too much strength, his attack was neutralized by the tiger-headed demonic bear. Then Ziqin lost his balance and was sent flying by the tiger-headed demonic bear. Due to the great force, Ziqin directly broke a thick ancient tree. Fortunately, it was Ziqin. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been severely injured and killed by this attack. However, after Ziqin got up from the ground, he only moved his shoulders. As though nothing had happened, he charged towards the tiger-headed demonic bear again. The two of them competed in strength. Ziqin naturally used the strength of an early-stage corporeal realm expert, but he was able to fight the tiger-headed demonic bear without falling behind. Even in the Jianwu continent, the perfect body still displayed its unique strength. Rumbling sounds kept coming from the forest. Shangguan Mingxing, who was searching for Ziqin, rushed over. When he saw the scene, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. An early-stage corporeal realm expert. He's actually at the early-stage corporeal realm, but he can already fight the tiger-headed demonic bear in strength. He had previously investigated Ziqin, so he naturally knew his realm and strength. Back when he first came to Huping City, he was only at the early stage of the virtual realm. With the heavenly thunderwings, he had the combat strength of a corporeal realm expert. However, he had broken through to the early stage corporeal realm in just a short while. 2 years. It had only been 2 years. He had never heard of someone advancing by a major realm in 2 years. Furthermore, with such a speed of advancement, it was obvious that the other party's foundation wasn't stable. However, the truth was that the other party was actually able to compete in strength with the tiger-headed demonic bear, which was second only to a king. Is this a monster? When he saw Ziqin, he felt that this person was not ordinary. In addition to his good looks, his rich knowledge, his ability to command on the spot, and his powerful combat strength, Ziqin was naturally filled with charisma. Mother Rainbow looked down on the people of the Tianwu continent. On the contrary, Shangguan Mingxing was full of praise for this famous person from a small place. When cultivators of the same level were placed together, Whether it was in terms of combat experience, scheming, or survival skills, the people of the Tianwu continent were clearly superior. This was because they had a corresponding experience in every realm. They had even reached this step from the brink of death. However, the people of the Jianwu continent could reach the Earth Prime realm without much effort. At the same time, the environment here also resulted in the existence of more advanced life forms. Upon seeing Ziqin, Shangguan Mingxing began to admire him. Chapter 1307. Roar. The tiger demonic bear was slightly startled by the human's sudden escape, but it quickly reacted and continued to beat its chest with its paws, roaring like a victor. He ran away. There's no danger here. Shangguan Mingxing was very surprised. Suddenly, he thought that he might have been discovered. Impossible. He can still discover me like this. Shangguan Mingxing was very confident in his concealment skills because of the difference in their realms. However, Ziqin had indeed run away, so he had no choice but to follow. He followed in concealment. Ziqin began to run. Just a moment ago, he felt like he was being watched. It seemed that he had become very sensitive because he had too many valuable items on him, so he ran away without saying anything. While running away, Ziqin vaguely felt that someone was following behind him. The target is indeed me. Ziqin seemed very nervous. His sharp senses could only vaguely sense that the other party was not weak. Under such circumstances, the other party could only be in the domain realm. What kind of situation was it to be targeted by a domain realm expert? Ziqin did not dare to think about the consequences. After confirming that he was being followed, thunder wings appeared on his back, and he began to use the power of the void to run at top speed. His figure continued to flicker in and out of existence in the sky, as though he was stepping on a pulse point in space. In a blink of an eye, he was already several miles away, or even dozens of miles away, as expected of the world's fastest. Shangguan Mingxing, who was chasing from behind, was very surprised. He decided to give chase. Therefore, his concealment skills were naturally weaker after he released them. Ziqin once again sensed something special. Then he was scared out of his wits. Run. He was even faster. Shangguan Mingxing smiled coldly and swaggered after him. He didn't believe that Ziqin could be faster than him. After chasing for a while, Shangguan Mingxing's pupils suddenly shrank because he found that the fleeing figure in front of him was slowing down and fading. Swoosh! In the end, the body completely disappeared. It's a clone! Shangguan Mingxing was a little angry because he did not know when the other party's real body disappeared. Die! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind him. It was Ziqin, who had been hiding in the dark. He wielded his real weapon and slashed at Shangguan Mingxing. Ziqin's figure flickered and appeared in front of him. His long saber immediately slashed down. It was still a stunning strike. Humph! Shangguan Mingxing snorted coldly, but he didn't retaliate. Instead, a ball of energy rushed out and blocked the front. Boom! Shangguan Mingxing was unscathed, but the powerful rebounding force shattered Ziqin's body. Another doppelganger. Shangguan Mingxing's face darkened. In the opposite direction, Ziqin naturally sensed the disappearance of his doppelganger, and his expression became very serious. Damn it, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Who is it? Ziqin's expression gradually turned ugly. At this moment, he was trying to think of a way to escape. As for going back, Ziqin did not even think about it. He could be surrounded on the way back. While Ziqin was thinking of a way to escape, Shangguan Mingxing was a little angry after not finding Ziqin for a long time. I don't believe that I can't find you. Therefore, he began to search for Ziqin with all his strength. Ziqin originally intended to gain experience, but he did not expect that it would turn out to be an escape. Moreover, he ran for an entire month. During this month, he used the skills of his doppelganger to the limit. His real body did not meet the real body of Domain Jing, but he saw the doppelganger of Domain Jing several times. After a month of chasing, he did not even see the shadow of the real body. Shangguan Mingxing, who originally admired Zi Qin very much, became angry. He became flustered and exasperated and wanted to curse. Finally, after a month, Shangguan Mingxing had to admit that Zi Chen was cunning. He decided to return. After a few days of not being chased, Zi Chen heaved a sigh of relief and cursed inwardly. This old thing, I don't know which force he is from. He has such perseverance. Fortunately, he finally gave up. During this month, Zi Chen was busy running away and did not reply to Shangguan Hong's messages. He already owed a lot of replies. Okay, I finally got rid of him. Zi Chen began to reply. Soon, a new message came from the other side. Got rid of who? An old guy, very strong, has been following me for a month. Zi Chen said, Are you in danger? Shangguan Hong asked worriedly. I'm not in danger, but I'm a little scared. Why is he following you? I don't know. Why don't you come back? Have you asked for help? I'm not sure who he is, so I didn't ask for help. You're the first to know. After seeing this message, Shangguan Hong could not help but smile happily. You'd better come back. It's very dangerous outside. I'll go back after a while. I'm still adapting to my strength. Adapting to your strength? You've broken through. Shangguan Hong was a little surprised. She obviously did not notice that Zi Chen had told her about this before. Yes, early corporeal realm. Zi Chen said. You broke through 2 realms in one go. That's how you survived the danger. Smart. After a few simple words, Zi Chen once again searched for a target and continued to adapt to his strength. On the other side, Shangguan Mingxing had already returned angrily. How is it? Mother Hong asked. Not much. Shangguan Mingxing's expression was a little ugly. What do you mean? Did I misjudge? Mother Hong was very worried. Shangguan Mingxing thought seriously and said, That kid is very cunning. This month I saw his real body for the first time, and I haven't seen him since. What do you mean? His senses are very sharp. He discovered me as soon as I appeared, and then he started running. After that, I couldn't catch up to him anymore. Hong's mother looked very surprised. Could it be that his speed is faster than yours? No, but he's very cunning and good at using doppelgangers. I can't tell which one is his real body. Then why don't you use your doppelgangers to chase after him? Wouldn't that be fine? This sentence obviously hit Shangguan Mingxing where it hurt. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Doppelgangers are not my strong suit. You know this. I tried to use my doppelgangers to chase after him, but unfortunately, my doppelgangers couldn't beat his real body. What? Your doppelgangers have the strength of the domain realm, but they can't beat Zi Qin, who is in the void realm. He has broken through to the corporeal realm long ago. With the heavenly thunder wings, his strength is close to the late void realm. His battle strength is almost on par with someone who has just entered the domain realm. He's actually this strong. Shangguan Mingxing said, He's strong, but the most important thing is that he's cunning. That kid is very cunning and scheming. I'm afraid that will harm our daughter if we leave her to him. Before Hong's mother could say anything, a dissatisfied voice rang out. Father, you're the one who's following Zi Qin. The old man he's talking about is you. Shangguan Hong originally wanted to discuss the matter of Zi Qin being followed with her parents. She was prepared to help Zi Qin, but she didn't expect to overhear her father's conversation. What? He actually called me an old man? Shangguan Mingxing was furious. You actually followed him for a month? Why? Shangguan Hong asked. It's all because of you. But are you sure that kid called me an old man? Shangguan Mingxing was very angry. He said there was an old man who chased him for a month. If that person is you, then he must be talking about you. Hee, father, look at you. Did you suffer a loss? Shangguan Hong suddenly asked with a smile. Humph, your father is in the third domain realm. Do you think I'll suffer a loss? Shangguan Mingxing said with his head held high. Shangguan Hong naturally didn't believe her father. She asked, "Then why are you so angry?" On the contrary, Zichen only seemed to complain a little. He didn't seem angry. Shangguan Mingxing was at a loss for words. He didn't know what to say. Of course, he wouldn't suffer a loss against Zichen, but he felt very embarrassed. As a third domain realm expert, he went to look for an early corporeal realm expert. Not only did he fail to meet the latter, but he also lost a few of his doppelgangers. "Father, you must have seen him. What do you think of him?" Shangguan Hong asked. Nothing much." Shangguan Mingxing snorted coldly. "Father, tell me the truth. Let my mother hear it." Shangguan Hong hugged Shangguan Mingxing's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Other than being too cunning, everything else is passable." As he spoke, he talked about the first time he met Zichen. Zichen was actually wrestling with the tiger-headed demonic bear. After that, he told his mother what happened next. "That's not cunning. It's called being cautious," Hong's mother said. "Yes, it's called being cautious. Who asked you not to directly reveal your identity? Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away. Instead, he would have obediently walked up to you and called you uncle." Shangguan Hong added. Shangguan Mingxing nodded and said seriously, "To be honest, that kid does have some tricks up his sleeves. He can play me like a fool. Naturally, he won't be at a disadvantage if he meets other people. Only the Tianwu continent can cultivate such a character." After a detailed discussion, the three of them unanimously agreed that Zichen was very good. They were also very satisfied with Zichen. Next, it seemed that they just had to wait for Zichen to return. Zichen was still training. This time, without anyone following him, his training naturally became much easier. Another 2 months passed. Zichen familiarized himself with his combat strength and decided to return. It was worth mentioning that in these 2 months, the void tree in Zichen's corporeal realm had become more emerald green. Its efficiency had obviously increased. However, it would probably take some time to recover to its peak state. After familiarizing himself with his strength, the next step was naturally to cultivate. If he wanted to expand his corporeal realm, Zichen would need a vast amount of resources. Zichen had those resources, but he was still lacking one piece of equipment. That was the cultivation room in Hunter's castle. Zichen decided to enter the corporeal realm's first heaven room to cultivate. This time he was preparing to break through to the mid-corporeal realm. Zichen's return didn't attract too much attention. Even Shangguan Hong didn't know about it. 2 months ago, after Shangguan Hong had said that she was going into seclusion, the two of them hadn't contacted each other. Chapter 1308. Zichen wasn't surprised by Ling Xing's arrival. He had learned from Shangguan Hong that they knew something was wrong with the Mirage Dragon, but they hadn't been able to contact them. They had even sent out a domain realm expert. "Good boy, you've broken through again." It had only been 3 months since Zichen had broken through, so he hadn't been able to control his power properly. Ling Xing, who was at the domain realm, could naturally sense it and couldn't help but praise him. "Senior, why are you here?" Zichen walked to the sandalwood table, picked up the teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea. When Zichen wasn't around, someone would clean his room every day. As for boiling tea, there was always water available 24 hours a day. "I'm here to see you. If it weren't for you, Hunter's castle would have suffered a great loss," Ling Xing said with a smile. It was obvious that Hunter's castle had learned of the entire incident and was very satisfied with Zichen's performance. Zichen smiled and said modestly, "Senior, you're too polite. We had a great time working together this time. Everyone contributed to the fact that I was able to return alive. Don't be so modest. We all know what happened. I heard that you suffered a great loss this time, and the Storm Eagle died for you. So this time, I've come to discuss compensation with you. After all, we didn't investigate the matter clearly and almost caused a disaster. We were at fault. Ling Xing said very sincerely. Zichen was surprised by Ling Xing's intention. He had thought that Ling Xing was just here to see him and ask about his safety. After all, he had almost died. He didn't even think about it and said, "There's no need for compensation. I've already wasted a lot of resources. It's only right that I do something for Hunter's castle. Don't refuse. This is something that we old men have agreed on. If you have any requests, just say them," Ling Xing insisted. Ling Xing's attitude didn't allow for refusal. Zichen thought about it seriously and thought of something. "I do have one request." "Speak." The sword-shield combination from last time was severely damaged in the battle. The weapon soles inside were also heavily injured and have fallen into a deep sleep. I want to find someone to refine them again. "Oh, that's a problem." Ling Xing frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zichen asked. "There aren't any major problems, just some minor ones, but they can be solved. However, that weapon refining Grandmaster is currently not in Huping City. We will send a message for him to come back. Once he comes back, we will inform you. Apart from this, what other requests do you have?" "I want to use the cultivation room," Zichen said again. When the cultivation room was mentioned, the corners of Xing Ling's mouth twitched unnaturally. He did not hesitate and immediately said, "You can use these things as you wish. They are not part of the compensation. Just reforge the sword and shield. There's really no need for compensation." Zichen declined again. "That's fine too." Seeing Zichen's insistence, Ling Xing nodded. Then, Ling Xing talked to him about other topics, but he never mentioned the alien race, which surprised Zichen even more. After all, he was the one who killed the alien race's phantom dragon in the end. Now that he was back, the people from Hunter's castle had to ask him about what happened. When the pot of tea was finished, Ling Xing did not ask anything. Instead, he prepared to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. "The alien race is a very important matter. We have no right to ask about it, so we won't ask about what happened. However, Yanba Castle is very concerned about the alien race. We received news that they have already sent someone here. When the time comes, we will definitely ask you for some details." With that, Ling Xing left. There was nothing wrong with Ling Xing's tone, but there was a big problem with his words. He only said that people from Yanba Castle would come, but he did not say that they needed to cooperate fully, nor did he say anything else. He just said that. However, looking at Ling Xing's expression, it did not seem like a normal matter at all. He seemed to be telling Zichen something with his attitude and tone, reminding Zichen of something. From Ling Xing's arrival to his departure, he kept talking about compensation, but did not ask about the harvest this time. Zichen and the others were the future of Hunter's Castle. They were the hope of Hunter's Castle in Huping City. Obviously, Zichen knew from their attitude that they would not do anything too extreme. However, if it were someone from Yanba Castle, they would not be so magnanimous. They would definitely ask a lot of questions that they should not ask. They had gained a lot this time. Zichen was already very sensitive, and with Ling Xing's reminder, Zichen felt that he should be more careful. Gain was a very sensitive word. He was not the only one who had gained something. Even Shang Guanhong and the others had gained something. He still had not figured out how to tell the others about this, so he decided not to think about it. Huping City had its own rules. He did not believe that the people from Yanba Castle would dare to kill people in Huping City, even if they were deliberately targeting them. Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion, so Zichen could not see them. After that, Zichen also decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. The next day, he went to the Sky Cultivation Room, one in the real realm. However, before he entered, Zichen found the manager of the room and gave him over 10 billion in resources. This was the fee he paid for using the cultivation room. Soon, the resources were sent to Lord Wu. It was the same meeting room. A few people happened to be in the middle of a meeting. After seeing the resources, Lord Wu's expression was a little stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It seems that Zichen has not forgotten what happened last time." Beside him, Ling Xing snorted and said, "It's just 10 billion in resources. I told you not to be too calculative last time. Look at it now. Zichen is taking it to heart." Ming Zhu and the other managers' expressions immediately turned ugly. Last time, they were also the ones who strongly opposed the unlimited funding of Zichen. However, in just a few short months, the talent that Zichen had displayed had far exceeded 10 billion in resources. The value that he had created was immeasurable. Zichen is already taking it to heart. What should we do now? Seeing that the two did not speak, Ling Xing did not bother to push them anymore and asked directly, "When he comes out, we will return the resources to him. Now that Zichen is a member of Hunter's Castle in Huping City, we naturally have to nurture him with all our might. We must not let him down again," Lord Wu instructed. The three nodded. "What do you think about the people from Yanbo Castle this time?" Lord Wu looked at the three and asked. This was the key to the meeting. Ming Zhu thought for a moment and said, "If they are only here to investigate the foreign races, we will naturally cooperate with them. We will definitely cooperate with them. However, what if their target is not the foreign races?" Ling Xing said, "Not the foreign races? Then what do you mean?" Ling Xing snorted and said, "At first, when we asked them about Chen Wei, they did not care and did not care. After so long, they finally sent a message back. However, this time, when they heard that the foreign race was killed, they became very concerned and secretly sent people here. I think what they are really concerned about is not the foreign race, but the things that the foreign race left behind." Everyone fell into silence. With Man Sher's big mouth, the four of them naturally could not hide their gains this time. On average, each of them had obtained 4 or 5 void trees that were about to wither. There were also other things whose value could not be estimated. Considering the future of Hunter's Castle, they naturally would not think about these things. As for Zichen, they did not know what Zichen had obtained. However, they were sure that Zichen had obtained Xuanlong's spirit ring. In addition to the wealth inside, there might also be the seeds of the void trees. In addition, Zichen had also killed Xianlong. As for what he had obtained, no one knew. However, they could guess in their hearts. This time, the people from Yanbo Castle had come for these things. The three of them began to discuss intensely. Lord Wu, who was above, did not say a word. He just listened quietly. After a long time, the three of them still could not come to a conclusion. Lord Wu waved his hand. The three of them stopped discussing. He looked at them and said, "No matter what their purpose is this time, before the people from Yanbo Castle leave, they are not allowed to leave the city. We will not ask about the things they have, and we will not interfere. We only need to ensure their safety. If we don't interfere, what if they don't care about their status and rob us?" Ming Zhu asked. "This is Huping City. There are rules and a city lord. I don't think they would dare to act rashly. These are all our guesses. Perhaps they really only care about the foreign races." This time, Lord Wu had clearly expressed his attitude. If anything happened, he had to protect the 5 of them. He would even not hesitate to break off relations with Yanbo Castle. After entering the Heaven Cultivation Room, Zichen began to cultivate. Because he did not have a huge amount of resources to replenish himself during this breakthrough, his realm did not soar by a large margin. Now he could only slowly replenish his strength and let his reality slowly expand. The power of rules in the Heaven No. 1 room was very rich. However, Zichen could no longer absorb it with just a thought like before. Now he could only follow the rules and slowly absorb the power of rules. Then he would convert this power for his own use. However, by staying here, even if the absorption speed was very slow, it was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. Zi-chan was cultivating in seclusion in the cultivation room. In his reality space, the void tree was slowly recovering due to the infusion of the life force contained in the rule force. The reality behind Zi-chan began to expand, but the expansion speed was very slow. At this rate, it would take at least a few decades to expand the reality dimension to 3 meters. Time passed. Nothing major happened in Huping City. However, Hunter's Castle had recently issued a mission, which was to collect a large number of treasure maps related to the Hungduan mountain range. This was something that the entire Huping City had done because of the discovery of the foreign races. The mission clearly stated that this map was a conspiracy and might have been invalidated. Therefore, it caused some panic. Many forces came to Hunter's Castle with maps. Naturally, Wang Jun and Zhou Chang's maps were among them. However, the two of them had tacitly given the maps to others, thus dismissing themselves. Chapter 1309. Hunter's Castle bought these maps at a high price, but they didn't destroy them. Instead, they kept them. These maps would be handed over to the people from Yanba Castle when they arrived. Huping City was still very peaceful. Only a few people knew about the appearance of the alien race in space. The domain realm was already recognized as an elite. It was divided into 9 levels, which represented the growth of the domain realm. The increase in each level was equivalent to a major realm under normal circumstances. Therefore, the difference in combat power between each level was not small. In Huping City, the strongest person in the city was only at the 6th level of the domain realm. This level of existence was already a high and mighty figure in the eyes of the world. However, in the Zhanwu continent, this level of existence was very ordinary. Therefore, this level of existence wasn't qualified to come into contact with the alien race in space. To come into contact with the alien race, one had to be at least a sector lord. Even Chan Wei, Shangguan Yinhong, and the others were only at the 1st level of the domain realm, which was second only to the sector lord level. They could barely come into contact with the alien race, but could only kill those who were severely injured. Therefore, although the alien race was important, it didn't attract much attention from Huping City. Instead, some insiders had some ideas about the items left behind by the alien race after they died. Wu Xie and the others were in seclusion. It seemed that they wouldn't come out until they had a breakthrough. This time, they were so diligent because they were stimulated by Zi-chen's speed of improvement. After Shangguan Hong found out that Zi-chen had a breakthrough, she went into seclusion. She was a very smart girl. Naturally, she knew that if she wanted to be with Zi-chen, she had to keep up with his pace. Time passed. Huping City was very quiet. Hunter's Castle was also very quiet. It seemed that the next step was to wait for the people from Yanba Castle to come. Yanba Castle was very far from Huping City. Even a domain realm expert would need many years to make a round trip. 3 years passed very quickly. A huge flying boat landed outside Huping City. The hunters of Huping City, who had received the news, came out to welcome them. The leader was Ming Zhu. The flying boat of Yanba Castle was painted with a ball of flame, which was very eye-catching. One figure after another jumped off the flying boat. These people were all at the corporeal realm, and they all wore the Yanba Castle Hunter's castle token. Their gazes swept around, and their expressions were very arrogant. I didn't expect so many realms to come. Behind Ming Zhu, Wade was very surprised when he saw the crowd. They probably want to re-explore the Hungduan mountain range. They brought so many realms with them. It seems that they have done a lot of homework before coming here. Ming Chu smiled faintly. There were more than 60 people in the corporeal realm, and all of them were at the late stage of the corporeal realm. Judging from their arrogant demeanors, these 60 people should be the cream of the crop among their peers. It was enough to show off the strength of Yanba Castle. Another 5 figures landed behind the 60 corporeal realm experts. Unsurprisingly, all 5 of them were in the domain realm. The 5 of them walked to the side after landing, and another figure landed. It was a middle-aged man wearing the flame armor unique to Yanba Castle. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the area before him. Such a large group of people had long since alarmed the surrounding people. Everyone sensibly avoided this place. "I am Ming Zhu from Huping City. How may I address you?" Ming Zhu led his people forward, then cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man. "Yan Ming," the middle-aged man said faintly. Ming Zhu smiled and said, "Everyone, you must be very tired from rushing all the way here. Come with me to the city to rest." Yan Ming didn't refuse and nodded. It was obvious that Yan Ming wasn't good with words, so a person named Chuan Xing took his place to talk to Ming Zhu. This person was quite tactful, and he talked cheerfully and wittily. The atmosphere was quite good. Ming Zhu arranged for everyone to stay in Hunter's Castle. It was large enough, and the conditions and facilities were very good. That night, other than Lord Wu, all the other stewards appeared to welcome Yan Ming. During the banquet, Chuan Xing said, "Brother Ming Zhu, why don't I see those little heroes who killed the foreign races?" As soon as he said this, the lively hall suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ling Xing and the others thought that it was indeed here. Ming Zhu smiled and said, "They are still in seclusion. The last time they almost died, it was a big blow to them." Chuan Xing nodded, indicating that he understood. He then asked, "The news is not very clear. It only said that a few little heroes of the corporeal realm killed a foreign race, but we don't know how they did it. Can you tell us the details?" "I don't know the details, but it is said that the foreign race's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. They worked together and barely managed to kill it," Ming Zhu said. All the cultivators present nodded, but didn't continue to ask. After 3 rounds of wine, Yan Ming, who rarely spoke, suddenly stood up. He picked up his wine cup and said to the stewards, "Everyone, the matter of the foreign races is very important. We can't be careless. I implore you to let those little heroes come out of seclusion. We need to verify some things. After all, the foreign races are very strong and cunning." Ling Xing and the others glanced at each other. This time it was Ling Xing who spoke. He nodded and said, "The foreign races are our biggest enemy. We can't be careless about this matter. Don't worry, I will inform the 5 of them and let them come out of seclusion quickly." Since their goal was achieved, the atmosphere became much more cheerful. Ling Xing went to inform Zi Chen and the others. Since Shang Guanhong was in seclusion at home, he needed to inform her. The next day, the 5 people who came out of seclusion gathered together. Zi Chen. This was the first time they met since the last time they saw each other. When they saw Zi Chen, their faces were filled with joy. Shang Guanhong, in particular, was very excited. She almost jumped up and hugged Zi Chen. Zi Chen looked at everyone and nodded. "It's nice to see you all again. Yes, we should be happy. Zi Chen, let's find a place and have a good drink," Manshur said excitedly. "Drink, drink, drink. All you know is drinking. I'm about to break through, but you called me out." Wu Xie complained unhappily. "Who isn't about to break through?" Dong Qing replied coldly. Then he nodded at Zi Chen as a greeting. Shang Guanhong stood next to Zi Chen. The 2 of them were a little close. "This time I called you out because we might be in trouble." Zi Chen looked at everyone and said, "Trouble? What kind of trouble?" Everyone was confused. People from Yanba Castle came to ask about the details of how we killed the foreign races. Zi Chen was thinking about how to explain it to everyone. "Let them ask. What kind of trouble is that?" Manshur said unconcernedly. Zi Chen looked at Manshur and smiled. "Now, everyone, listen to me and follow my instructions." Everyone nodded. They were already used to listening to Zi Chen. What happened was that we followed Huan Long all the way to the mission and encountered several powerful existences. These powerful existences were like checkpoints. We worked together to break through them. Among them, the undying Wu Xia contributed the most. The final killing blow was all thanks to him. If anyone asks, just say the first half and don't say anything else. Following Zi Chen's instructions, everyone nodded again. Wu Xia's face was filled with pride. Now we'll tell the truth. We fell into Huan Long's illusion. But Wu Xia's technique helped us break the illusion. After that, we worked together to kill Huan Long's clone. This point gave more credit to Wu Xia. Everything else was true. Then, the real body of the Mirage Dragon appeared. It was extremely powerful, comparable to the Domain Realm. Remember, it was comparable to the Domain Realm, not the real Domain Realm. We fought for a while, but we couldn't kill it. When our lives were in danger, several experts suddenly appeared. These experts used their own worlds to suppress the Mirage Dragon, sacrificing themselves. Then, the 5 of us joined forces to fight the Mirage Dragon. But when it was a matter of life and death, Huan Long suddenly released a big move. A black hole suddenly appeared, and you all escaped. Huan Long took me into the black hole. But when the black hole closed, you all heard a rumbling sound, as if the world had collapsed. Then, you heard an old voice shouting. After that, you couldn't hear anything. Zi Qin warned, what I've said is the main point. You must remember that after being suppressed, Huan Long's strength was at the late corporeal realm. It was very difficult to kill him, especially his weapon. It was strange and extraordinary. But in the end, we worked together to destroy it because the weapon was made of energy. As for the wealth after Huan Long's clone died, just say that I took it. As for the reason, you can make it up as you wish. If they want to ask us what we obtained this time, just say that we didn't obtain anything. We only saw an empty world with almost no heaven and earth spiritual chi. Oh, right. By the way, the formation used to seal the illusion dragon is the forbidden heaven and earth. Zi Qin carefully instructed for a long time. Everyone nodded continuously. Why would they ask us about our harvest? Could it be that they didn't come for the alien race? Man sure asked doubtfully. They should have come for the alien race. But we can't rule out the possibility that they want our harvest. Remember, no matter who asks, we didn't get anything. We almost lost our lives. But we did get something. Plus, I've already told Lord Wu and the others, Manshur said again. The others also nodded. It was obvious that they didn't intend to hide anything after returning. This simplicity made Zi Qin feel somewhat gratified. I naturally know this, but they will keep it a secret for us. So, you can't tell anyone that you got anything. What if they keep asking? Manshur asked unwillingly. If they insist, then you can use my foundation to justify yourself. Everyone has their own understanding of small matters, so it's normal for some parts to be wrong. But I can't think of anything. Manshur scratched his head and asked again. Zi Chun looked at Manshur, smiled faintly, and said, Yours is very simple. If they ask you too much, just scratch your head and say that you don't know or that you forgot. Manshur suddenly understood and said, You want me to play dumb? Chapter 1310. As the seclusion grounds were different, it took Ling Xing 3 days to gather everyone. 3 days was enough for Zi Qin and the others to discuss the major details properly. Then, everyone started to accept the summons. The first to accept the summons was Dongqing. Dongqing was still wearing his black robe and mask as he walked into the hall. There were thought domains in the hall. They were Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Yanming, and Chuanxing. The atmosphere was a little tense. Name? Chuanxing asked from above. Dongqing looked at him and didn't say anything. Name? Chuanxing asked again. Dongqing was a little unhappy. Dongqing. Hearing the female voice, Chuanxing was slightly startled and decided to omit some details. Tell me the details of killing the alien race. Dong Qing's voice sounded again. He schemed against us. We worked together to kill him. He was very strong. We couldn't beat him even if we worked together. At the crucial moment, a few experts appeared and used their worlds to suppress him. In the end, we worked together to kill him. It's over. Chuan Xing was stunned. It's over, Dong Qing said. Yan Ming was a little unhappy. I asked you to tell me the details. What are you talking about? I'm really sorry. She has been very antisocial since young and is not good with words. Let's find the next one. Someone is good with words. Ling Xing helped Dong Qing out. Originally, the second one was called Shang Guanhong. However, as women, they didn't want to see Shang Guanhong after seeing Dong Qing. Hence, they decided not to find another woman and went straight to Wu Xia. Name. Chuan Xing said. Sir, you are interrogating. Wu Xia looked around. Oh, sorry. I didn't want you to be nervous. I didn't expect you to misunderstand. Chuan Xing immediately explained. Wu Xia appeared to be very calm and had nothing to do with nervousness. He waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I'm not nervous. I'm just asking for your name. It's not a big deal. My name is Wu Xia. Wu is the same as our Lord Wu, and Xia is very evil. Oh, right, sir. Do you know why I'm called Wu Xia? Wu Xia was obviously more talkative than Dong Qing, and he actually asked a question of his own. Chuan Xing smiled, but didn't say anything. Because when I was young, there were people who wanted to kill me, but they couldn't. Everyone thought it was very strange, so they called me Wu Xia. Right? The reason why my surname is Wu is because my father's surname is Wu. Oh, don't misunderstand. My father is not the Lord Wu. The Lord Wu is just a lord here. We respect him very much. Chuan Xing's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt that he couldn't take it anymore. It seemed that this person was too talkative, and it was all nonsense. Ahem, little hero Wu Xia, we are very interested in the matter of killing the mutated race. Can you tell us more about it? Chuan Xing asked. Tell me the details. Wu Xia's eyes lit up. Chuan Xing suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he still nodded. Wu Xia didn't hesitate to find a stool and sat down, then said, If you want to know the details, it's a long story. Speaking of which, I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I rarely go out. Last time, I heard that a new senior hunter had joined our hunter's castle, so I came out to take a look. Who knew that this senior hunter was really something and could kill enemies above his level? Right, his name is Ziqin, one of our teammates. He was training at that time. Ahem, little hero, what you are saying is related to the matter of killing the mutated race. Chuan Xing interrupted Wu Xia. Wu Xia's eyes widened, and he said, Of course it's related. A few months later, we formed a team and went to the Hengduan mountain range to kill the mutated race. Chuan Xing felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and even Yan Ming's mouth was twitching. Good Lord! That one sentence just now summed up the matter, as if it was a summary. But this guy in front of him said it in detail, but can't you get to the point? He actually started from a few months ago. This little hero, we'll go get to know that Ziqin later. I am just curious about how you killed the mutated race. Chuan Xing said again, Oh, is that so? Wu Xia seemed a little disappointed. He pursed his lips, as if his mouth was a little dry, and then said, In that case, I will have to start from when I came back from seeing Ziqin. At that time, there was an auction for a void tree. Our hunter's castle spent hundreds of billions to get it. Chuan Xing and Yan Ming's expressions changed when they heard this. Hundreds of billions was only a few thousand domain fragments. It was suspicious that they could get a void tree at such a price. Wu Xia continued, But who would have thought that it was a fake? It was dying, but it wasn't dead yet. It said that the lightning bolt of life could save it. A few days later, a guy called Huan Long came to our door and said that he knew where the lightning bolt of life could be found. He then asked us to go on a mission. At that time, my lord and I discussed for a long time before I agreed to lead the team. By the way, I was the leader of the team and the commander. We traveled all the way. It took us many days just to get to the Hengduan mountain range. During this time, I gradually started to hate Huanlong before Wu Xie could continue. Chuan Xing immediately asked, "Why do you hate Huanlong?" "Because I found that he was very lecherous. The way he looked at Hong, it was a little strange." "Oh, right, Hong. Is Shangguan Hong, my teammate, subordinate, and future girlfriend." "Ahem, get to the point." Chuan Xing coughed again. He felt that he couldn't take it anymore. We spent a lot of time on the road. During this time, we were very bored, so we chatted. It was all nonsense, talking about... Yanming couldn't stand the long-winded Wuxia anymore. He coughed heavily and said, "Little hero, please tell us what happened after you saw the foreign race. As for these things, we can talk about them in private when we have time. We've seen the outsiders for a long time. Huanlong is Huanlong's clone, but we didn't know about it before. We only found out after we killed his clone and his true body appeared and beat my companions to death. Someone helped us, and we found out. Oh, right, Huanlong is actually a dragon, a silver dragon. He's very powerful. He has a sword in his hand that can ignore defense and inflict heavy injuries to my companions. Moreover, after a strike, it can devour energy and kill them." Wu Xie finally got to the point. "What kind of sword is it? Where is it now?" Chuan Xing asked without any change in his expression. However, he was clearly focused and no longer looked as sleepy as before. "That sword is very strange. It's a great threat to my companions. So I used all my strength and destroyed it," Wu Xie said. "Destroyed it? How is that possible?" Chuan Xing couldn't believe it. How could a foreign race's weapon be destroyed so easily? Moreover, looking at Wu Xie again, he didn't look like someone who could destroy a foreign race's weapon. Why not? That thing is made of energy, but its power is much stronger than some real weapons. Zi Chen's bladed golden-eyed beast was almost killed. Wu Xie said, "After the realm was suppressed, Huanlong wasn't that strong. We worked together and beat him until he pissed his pants. However, just as I was about to kill him in one strike, he suddenly broke free from the seal and created a huge black hole to sweep us away. We reacted quickly and dodged, but Zichen, who was the weakest, was swept away. However, just as he was swept away, we heard a loud sound and an old man shouting that he was saving people." Wu Xie explained in detail. Chuan Xing nodded and signaled Wu Xie to leave. Then Shangguan Hong came in. "I know that sword. Zichen broke it. It's an energy sword, but it's very powerful. It almost killed us," Shangguan Hong said after talking about the sword. The beginning and the end were almost the same as Wu Xie's, but the description of the sword was obviously different. Chuan Xing and Yanming looked at each other and didn't immediately question. Then Manshur came in. "That sword is very powerful. It cut off one of my arms. I got angry and crushed the other hand." Chuan Xing's eyes almost popped out. "You broke it." "Of course, and I was the one who crushed it," Manshur said proudly. The two of them felt very confused. Even Ming Zhu and Ling Xing were confused by what they heard. Finally, Zichen came in. It was the same as before. Most of the things were fine. Chuan Xing asked about the sword again. Zichen's face still had some lingering fear. "That sword is very scary. I've never seen anything like it. Even my sword and shield combination couldn't do anything to it. However, it was broken by Wu Xie in the end." Wu Xie broke it. Chuan Xing looked at Zichen and asked, "Think about it carefully. Was it Wu Xie or Manshur? Or was it you who broke it?" "It was Wu Xie. There's no mistake about that," Zichen said with certainty. Zichen left. There were 4 people left in the hall. Chuan Xing looked at the two and asked, "You two heard it. What do you think about this?" Ling Xing coughed and said, "Actually, they went into seclusion as soon as they came back. We didn't ask in detail. Besides, the outsiders are already dead." Chuan Xing and the others understood what Ling Xing meant. The outsiders were too far away from this place. They wouldn't care at all. At the side, Ming Zhu said, "Everyone's story is different. Obviously, there's a problem. Someone is lying. We just need to ask again." The first was still Dongqing. She only said that it was Ziqin who broke it. After that, she didn't say a word. The second was Wu Xia. Wu Xia said excitedly, "Of course it was me." "Do you think I would lie about such a small thing? How much effort did I put in along the way? How much credit did I get? Why would I fight for such a small thing? I'm the commander. I'm the strongest. If it was really you, why did Shang Guanhong say it wasn't you?" Chuanxing asked. He stared at Wu Xia. "What? Shang Guanhong said it wasn't me." Wu Xia's face turned ugly. Then he said excitedly, "She must be talking about Ziqin, right? I knew it. She must have something with Ziqin. That gigolo is quite bold. He even dares to steal my woman. She said it was Ziqin. She must be trying to earn some credit for Ziqin. That gigolo's realm is the lowest. He barely qualifies as a senior hunter because of his thunder wings." This was obviously a love triangle. Chuanxing didn't give up. He said, "Not only Shang Guanhong said it. Dongqing also said it was Ziqin who broke it. Damn, these two guys are really—" Suddenly, Wu Xia's face changed. He stared at Chuanxing and said, "Are you going to tell me that Dongqing is also interested in Ziqin?" Chuanxing forced a smile. He thought to himself, "I'm here to investigate, not to gossip. It's none of my business who likes who." However, seeing how excited Wu Xia was, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to do much. Chapter 1311. Hearing Wu Xia's dissatisfied shout, Chuanxing had the urge to cry. He was crying because of Wu Xia's ugliness. If they did not mention this matter at first, from the perspective of a powerhouse, Wu Xia was barely passable even though he looked a little weird. However, according to the aesthetic standards of human women, Wu Xia with his vertical pupils was a completely different race. His ugliness was pure and absolute. Thinking about it, in this team of 5, one was ugly and evil, while the other was stupid and foolish. With these two as a contrast, Ziqin was naturally handsome and elegant. He had good qualities from inside out, so naturally he would be able to win the hearts of the beauties. Chuanxing could not bear to hurt Wu Xia, but Wu Xia was too sensitive about this kind of thing. He guessed what the other party was thinking and left angrily. Everyone was speechless. They did not expect that the investigation would turn up a gossip. The 5 of them had different explanations, but they were almost certain that the sword was an energy sword. However, it was understandable. If it was a real sword, how could they still be alive? After that, Manshur inadvertently mentioned the wealth from Huanlong's auction, but it was given to Ziqin. Why did you give it to Ziqin? Shouldn't this kind of thing be divided equally? Chuanxing asked, puzzled. He came the latest, so he has the least resources. We don't care about resources, so we naturally have to give it to him. Manshur put on a magnanimous expression. That's hundreds of billions of resources. You don't care? Chuanxing was obviously not convinced, because these resources were tempting even to him. Unexpectedly, the seemingly stupid Manshur actually looked down on Chuanxing. He curled his lips and said, "What hundreds of billions of resources? You don't know how much that prodigal Huanlong is. Along the way, he gave us a lot of resources to encourage us to pass the trial. In the end, the remaining resources barely reached 100 billion. Chuanxing explained how rich Manshur was. He said that he had always treated resources as a number and had never cared about them. His growth was all thanks to the resources provided by Hunter's Castle. Chuanxing nodded and waved his hand, indicating that the conversation was over. When he left, Manshur was still very pleased with himself. He still looked at Chuanxing with disdain. Then Shang Guanhong came in. He took good care of us along the way, so the resources should be given to him. As she spoke, Shang Guanhong lowered her head, her face already blushing. From Shang Guanhong's expression, everyone naturally saw some problems, and this was precisely Wu Xie's guess. Gossip, gossip. Chuan Xing thought to himself. Shang Guanhong blushed whenever she talked about Ziqin. She always talked about him in a positive way, as if he was perfect to the extreme. Chuan Xing did not deny this point because Ziqin spoke very appropriately and calmly. At first glance, he could tell that Ziqin had experienced a lot and had his own persistence. Of course, the most important thing was that Ziqin was naturally perfect with the two unusual creatures as a foil. After Shang Guanhong left, Dongqing walked in. Dongqing thought for a moment and then said, "He is very sincere and kind to others. He loves to help others and is very careful. His strength is strong and his realm is high. He has contributed the most. What's wrong with giving it to him?" Chuan Xing thought to himself, "Great, here comes another love-struck fool." However, he keenly noticed a problem. Ziqin's contribution is the greatest. Of course, destroying the weapon doesn't count. Killing the doppelganger doesn't count. Along the way, he overcame all difficulties. Although he didn't make the final strike, he did put in a lot of effort. Most importantly, Ziqin killed the real body of the Mirage Dragon. When Ziqin was mentioned, the silent Dongqing became talkative. It was Ziqin who killed the Mirage Dragon. Didn't everyone contribute? Chuan Xing felt that he had discovered a major issue. Dongqing said seriously, "It's true that we contributed, but in the end the Mirage Dragon used a big move and we were all blown away. It was Ziqin who took the opportunity to enter the black hole and kill the Mirage Dragon's true body." Chuan Xing patted his forehead. He was very confused and did not know who to believe. Sure enough, when they asked about other things, Dongqing became very quiet. After Dongqing left the room, Yanming, who had been silent all this time, said, "It seems that the hunters here live a good life." Mingzhu and Lingxing smiled awkwardly. Immediately after, Wu Xie walked in. Chuan Xing looked at his vertical pupils and felt that this guy was too ugly. "Why did you give that wealth to Ziqin?" Chuan Xing asked directly. At the mention of this question, Wu Xie's expression changed again. He said angrily, "I regret it. That guy doesn't know how to act. As the boss and a party member, I overcame all difficulties and endured great pressure to give him hundreds of billions of wealth. Who would have thought that he would play dumb and play tricks behind my back to steal my woman? Hundreds of billions of wealth. Of course, more than 600 billion, Wu Xie said with certainty. But why did I hear that Huan Long gave you a lot on the way, and there wasn't much left in the end?" Wu Xie's expression immediately became awkward. He said, "I'm talking about the number of the auction. Even if there wasn't much left, it was still around 200 to 300 billion. Who wouldn't be tempted by such resources? If I gave it to him, would you be tempted? I gave it to him, but that guy didn't know how to repay kindness and even stabbed me in the back." Chuan Xing was even more confused. This kind of questioning lasted for an entire day. When the sky turned dark, everyone left. Chuan Xing looked out the window and saw that Wu Xie was not friendly to Ziqin, but the two girls were very protective of Ziqin. As for Manshur, he was really stupid. Lingxing and Ming Zhu also left, leaving only the two of them in the hall. Yanming asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Chuan Xing thought for a moment and said, "Other than Ziqin, the others' words were more or less filled with their own emotions. Plus, they were all competing with each other. They won't amount to anything. What do you think about that sword? If what they said is true, then I'm guessing that the sword might be a fake. If it's a real sword, they definitely wouldn't be alive. Perhaps Hualong's sword was lost during the great battle back then. Then what do you think about Huanlong's death?" This time, Chuan Xing shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Zichen was the last one to come into contact with Huanlong, but he didn't see him. He only heard a tremor and fainted. When he woke up, he was already in the Hengduan mountain range. You believe what he said. He's always been very honest. Maybe it's just an illusion. I don't think so. I think he's honest because his realm is the lowest. It's right that he couldn't dodge in time. As for why he didn't die, I think it's because of those people. All 5 of them said that those people are dead, but what's with the last cry? Plus, even if Huanlong was seriously injured and on the verge of death, he shouldn't have been killed by a mere early corporeal realm expert. Yan Ning's expression changed slightly and said, Then you mean that those people aren't dead yet? They obtained Huanlong's corpse and the things inside Huanlong's world. Chuan Xing shook his head and smiled. This is just my personal guess. However, I'll use a special method to find out the conclusion tomorrow. The next day, the interrogation continued. The first one to come was still Dongqing. Chuan Xing said, Dongqing, our investigation this time is mainly to reward the 5 of you for your great contributions. However, we're going to reward you based on your contributions. If there's any falsehood in your words, or if someone's contribution is fake, then all the rewards will be cancelled. What kind of rewards? Dongqing asked. At least 1 domain token for each of you, Chuan Xing said. The domain realm is about to open. Dongqing seemed to be pleasantly surprised. Chuan Xing smiled and asked, Tell me who destroyed the sword? It was Wu Xia, but Zichen. Dongqing said. Chuan Xing waved his hand and said, Of course, I'll remember Zichen's contribution. I only need to know the last attack. It's Wu Xia. This time, many of the final attacks were done by him. Furthermore, he contributed the most when killing Huolong. The fatal attack that Huolong gave before escaping was also done by him. Shang Guanhong sat there with her head lowered and said, It was Wu Xia. Man Sure said, embarrassedly, It was Wu Xia. At the time, my arm was cut off. I was very angry and wanted to kill my clone, but it was already dead. Chuan Xing thought, This guy isn't stupid. At least he knows how to brag. With the domain token as a reward, Chuan Xing naturally heard the truth. However, the truth didn't contain what they were looking for. Chuan Xing was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to give the domain token as a reward. 5 tokens, 1 for each of them. The 5 of them were very informative. Even Ling Xing and Ming Zhu were excited. Looking at their expressions, Zichen guessed that the tokens of the Manor Realm were not as simple as they seemed. He had heard that there would be 1,000 tokens in each city, but if there were 1,000 tokens in each city, the Hunter's Castle would be able to get at least 500. Since there were 500 tokens, why were the 2 so happy about the 5 tokens? After 2 days of questioning, they didn't get anything valuable. Zichen and the others went into seclusion again. The questioning was finally over. Next, the people from Yanba Castle would investigate the places where the other tribes lived. Ling Xing took out the treasure maps and handed them all to Chuan Xing. Next, the people from Yanba Castle would go to the places indicated by the maps. Someone from the reality realm led the team. Chuan Xing didn't leave, but he was still looking for loopholes in Zichen and the others' words. He was looking for clues. However, the 5 of them said that they didn't know anything. They couldn't directly ask if there were any resources in the world, so they didn't make any progress. Just as Chuan Xing couldn't find any clues and was worried, a reality realm cultivator suddenly came in with a crystal ball in his hand. Sarah, look. This person was Chuan Xing's right-hand man. His name was Ling Dong. He was one of the few people in the reality realm who knew about Chuan Xing's goal and Zichen's group. What is it? Chuan Xing asked. The image of Zichen slaughtering people when he was in the early stage of the virtual realm. He's definitely not an ordinary person. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.